All right. Hey, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I will allow some more people to jump in and I'll just talk a little bit about some things we can talk about. Obviously, these things are very casual. Anything goes. You can ask me questions on the deepest, darkest philosophical subjects you can imagine, or you can just talk about the passing scene. I'll just mention two things that I found interesting. Um, the first is this Alex Jones trial that's going on. And I actually believe the jury is now deliberating. Um, of note, this is not a trial to determine whether or not Jones harassed some of the survivors of Sandy Hook, defamed them illegally, lied about them. That has actually already been determined. And the reason that's already been determined is because Alex Jones defaulted in that trial. And so what we are seeing now is merely a question of compensation. And so Alex Jones could say that, he's being treated unfairly, or this is an attack on the First Amendment, or they're just going after him because he loves Trump. He can say all of that, and he really only has himself to blame, to be honest. I think a plausible, at the least, defense could have been put forward in a trial about over whether he defamed these people or not. He could have certainly said, well, this was a public spectacle. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone was speculating to at least some degree. This is my jam, is to look at some of is to basically look at misleading information and cite that that's evidence for my misleading claims, etc. Now, I'm not sure. I don't know if he would have won that. Obviously, this is not a criminal trial; it's a civil trial. I don't know if he would have won it, but at the very least, some kind of plausible case could have been put forward. But he didn't make a case, and from what I understand, he failed to comply with discovery, and so he was holding out on the other side, not giving them the information that was, you know, that they were due, and so he was just in default, and so he lost, by not playing the game, and I think that made everything much much worse, which of course raises the question in my mind why he did that. Um, and I guess I'll address that a little bit, and then we'll kind of go on to other things in the trial. Um, why did he do that? Well, I mean, I was involved in a civil case um, regarding the Charlottesville rally from 2017, as you probably know. And there were many people who defaulted. I think these are people with, they have zero assets. They have nothing to lose effectively. They just wanted to give a big middle finger to the other side, or they were intimidated and overwhelmed, which is understandable. And they just defaulted and were just kind of like, fuck you, do whatever you want. I don't have anything to lose. I'm going to kind of, disappear into the woodwork. Um, I guess that's your right to a certain extent, but Alex Jones is obviously not like that. He is broadcasting live 5 days a week or 7 days a week, even. And from what we've learned from the discovery, is that he is making bank. I mean, if someone had told me that he sold $500,000 in, energy pills or masculine enhancers or penis enlargement pills or literal tinfoil hats to keep Soviet radio waves out of your head, I would have been like, oh my God, that's so depressing, but I guess it's true. There are enough suckers out there. This guy was making $500,000 a day. It was mentioned that he made $800,000 in a single day. Now, I don't think he made that 365 a year, but if that was a good day, then what was a bad day? $100,000 a day and just selling all this junk merchandise. It is absolutely depressing, almost as depressing as watching a Tim Pool video or something and seeing that there are 750,000 views in 24 hours. I don't watch very many Tim Pool videos. I do see them. I'll occasionally watch Tim Pool takedown videos. They're pretty funny. He's such an imbecile. I think I have watched a couple, and I found him just totally unappealing. And to say he's not insightful would be an understatement. Um, he gives you negative knowledge because he misrepresents facts and he theorizes like a guy you'd meet at a bar at 2 a.m. in Kalispell, Montana or something. He's just a moron. Anyway, it's not about Tim Pool. Alex Jones, on the other hand, actually is charismatic. Um, I guess the best thing I could say about Alex Jones is that he really is a piece of Americana. There probably are Alex Jones types in countries around the world, but I do think there's something just uniquely American about Jones, and he is pretty hilarious, and he seems to be self-aware or something where he'll just go nuts and rip his shirt off and yell at the globalist or say something stupid, and kind of you can kind of tell it's not exactly an act. I wouldn't call it that because I don't think he is different, behind the scenes as he is on stage. But I think it's a little bit of a self awareness of, this is what the people want. This is why they love me. They want to see this wild man. But anyway, it all so he's fighting what's in effect the kind of judgment or sentencing. It's a civil trial, but the sentencing component of his trial he's fighting, whereas he defaulted in the trial proper. It's just bizarre. It seems like you just default all the way. Why even bother? Again, I don't know. But it does raise interesting questions about why he refused to comply with discovery. Why? Why do that? Well, um, one thing we learned today, I saw this story, is that child porn was found on his phone. So this is what happened, just to back up a little bit. His lawyer, who just seems to be like a conservative boomer, and he's not a boomer. I think he's my age or younger, but he just seems like some doofus from Twitter. He was in his closing statement, he was literally doing the whole first they came for the communist gag that he probably saw on Twitter. But he he's not a good lawyer, and I'm not just talking about his theatrical abilities. He turned over the entire contents of Alex Jones's phone, and then it even gets worse from there. So there is a kind of, I guess there are rules about this, but there's a certain ethic about it as well, that you don't, as a lawyer, you shouldn't really just trick the other side or take advantage of a mishap. For instance, if an opposing lawyer misquotes something or misstates the law, it's your job. It's ethically you are obligated to say correct him in a good faith manner, not to claim that he's lying or to say, oh, look, my client's innocent now because the other side messed up. No, it's to say, oh, you misstated that. No, this is the law. You mixed it up. You're just meant to do this. If someone behaves in an unethical fashion, you are ethically obligated to bring that up to the trial, to tell the other side, not to spring it on everyone at the last minute. And so Alex Jones's dumb lawyer handed over the entire contents of his phone. And it seemed like the entire contents, it wasn't even just related to Sandy Hook, the entire contents of his phone. And then the plaintiffs revealed that to the judge in a filing. And apparently his lawyers just missed this or something, or perhaps they emailed his lawyers. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I'm not a lawyer. I just played one in a courtroom for a little bit, but but and then the other side didn't do anything, as if they were asleep at the wheel. And so the plaintiffs got a hold of the entire contents of his phone. I mean, I've never heard of anything like this. So the defendants were given fair warning and they still didn't do anything. This is really shocking stuff. And so Alex Jones is up a creek without a paddle, to say the least. And they brought this up. They're basically proving that he lied under oath. And the plaintiffs are even giving him an opportunity to use the Fifth Amendment of non-incriminating yourself, et cetera. I mean, it was just totally devastating. And there's this story that was revealed by the plaintiffs that child porn was found on Alex Jones's phone. Now, I read that was in the headline, and I read below the headline, and I think I might come to the defense of Alex Jones here. What they said specifically is that basically illegal images were sent to his email address. So that is very different than having that on your phone, like you are consuming it or you've purchased it or downloaded it yourself. Someone sending that to you. I mean, again, perhaps I'm being too charitable here, but everyone deserves a fair shake. I think it's reasonable to say that bad actors or just weirdos sent this to him with bad intentions, and it was thus in his email, but it was not something that he consumed. Now, again, that's being charitable, but we'll see where this goes. Obviously, if more is revealed, I would totally change my opinion on that. There was a pretty funny scandal, identical almost to the scandal with Nick Fuentes, where Alex Jones was putting his phone in front of the camera, and it was clear that he was watching all sorts of bizarre, transsexual, pornography, and this guy is a complete hypocrite and just weirdo. So who knows? But I don't think that was the reason that Alex Jones refused to hand things over in discovery. I think there were some. I do tend to wonder whether he's hiding something, in the sense of he's hiding big investors or donors who get his show on the air. And let's think of it this way. All right, you're an e-grifter, you're a right-wing e-grifter. You're getting super chats, you're getting ad revenue from Google/YouTube. You have a Patreon account, okay, whatever. Well, if you're really good, then you could probably get that up to the tens of thousands every month, and so on. But for there to be a substantial, really powerful right-wing ecosystem, there has to be more than that. The Daily Wire, starring Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles, and I guess now Jordan Peterson. They're not bringing in revenue on super chats. They might be bringing in some. They are funded to the tunes of tens of millions a year. I mean, they were talking about investing $100 million. That was probably an exaggeration, but $100 million into entertainment and children's programming. Even they're kind of taking advantage of this notion that people are getting freaked out over Disney, rightly or wrongly, and they want good conservative children's programming. And you don't just you don't just throw $100 million at something that you get from super chats. I mean, this indicates that they have serious donors who are very serious about promoting this as the most powerful institution on the right. And you can see that in their production values. The show Candace, starring Candace Owens, It almost looks like Oprah, like there's a studio audience and a set and so on. You know, these e-grifters who are doing live streams, they're doing it from their home. I mean, they have no set at all, or they have one that's, you know, hastily thrown together. I think that's part of the aesthetic in a way of what they're doing, but um, you know, they don't have a live studio audience or something. I mean, that's something that entails a lot of infrastructure, and you know, you've got to have secretaries, multiple producers, whatever. Now, the content's not good; it's not intelligent. The, you know, mainstream liberals have more intelligent content than all these people, but that's just because they're conservative morons. Um, but you know, there's a lot of money thrown at that. Well, you know, Alex Jones has a massive set. He's going live all the time. They are you know, reposting other people's content, posting their own news content. That's not easy. You've got to have at the very least, an intern, a very motivated intern to do that. And you probably need someone who's full time. That's his or her job. And so I do think I would be interested to learn what kind of quote investors he had, who these people are. I would imagine that there are very similar investors in the conservative movement. There were a lot of mainstream investors who were promoting even the January 6th event, which obviously Alex Jones had his hands all over. Um, you know, what do they gain from this? Um, on the one hand, you could say that Alex Jones is the ultimate turd in the punch bowl. Alex Jones kind of ruins any alternative media. Uh, what's the right word here? Vibe, or or you know, ethos, because he's so crazy. He'll always go over the top with something that he'll turn it into, you know, aliens or the lizard people or satanic blood drinking pedophiles or whatever, that he'll kind of destroy any serious commentary that he might have about, say, the CIA drone program, or, you know, the lack of nutrition in processed foods, et cetera. He'll take real issues that are worth discussing and he'll drop a turd in the punch bowl by saying, oh, well, you know, they're doing this because they want the frogs to be gay, or they want, you know, they want to de-Christianize America, or the lizards are doing it. He's not big into the lizards, to be fair here. That's David Icke. But you get my point. He just kind of ruins it. And I think, you know, I'm not the first one to suggest this. This is very often a critique I'll hear from like the liberal left, where they're like, we want to talk about Obama's drone program too, but whenever you talk about it, it becomes this Alex Jones fest of, you know, oh, the CIA, you mean the lizard people? Oh, you know, okay, that's a fair critique, but I think in some ways we're past that, because there's no doubt that the Republican Party benefits from and perceives itself as benefiting from wacky nonsense. And, you know, like QAnon and January 6th and 2020 and the COVID conspiracies, this is just a perfect example of this. All of those things were intertwined and inseparable from one another. There really is no J6 without QAnon, and there's no QAnon without 4chan or 8chan. And there's no, even in 2016, I would stress unquestionably that the alt right, as not me, as a kind of figurehead who would talk to the New York Times or whatever, but the alt right as an anonymous online shit posting trolling movement. I think that that was indispensable in Donald Trump's victory. It was that, you know, secret item in the recipe that you don't taste, but is makes the meal the meal. It's that je ne sais quoi, you could say. It's that something else, an intangible and kind of unmeasurable thing, although you can measure it, but a kind of unmeasurable quality that gave him something extra. He wasn't just some businessman running for office. This was a huge online movement that was just, crazy, doing gas chamber memes of Hillary Clinton and, trolling all of these mainstream, embarrassing and harassing basically these mainstream conservatives who weren't pro Trump, getting them online, making fun of people, just being nuts, doing the 1980s vaporwave stuff, all of that junk. That was indispensable victory. And the alt right was kind of dumped to a large degree, or at least, yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking. I mean, to a large degree, I think a lot of the aesthetic was maintained, and the troll shitposting energy was maintained. And by 2020, we'd entered a world of QAnon, which reached the boomers, reached a pre existing base of support, and pressed their buttons. And again, was indispensable in really remarkable gain of votes. He didn't win. He certainly got less votes than Joe Biden, even if you believe, which is incorrect, that the election was stolen or something. There's no doubt that Joe Biden had more votes than he did, as did Hillary Clinton. But he still had a remarkable outpouring of support and enthusiasm and intensity. And that was impossible without something like QAnon, and thus 4chan and the whole world of 4chan. And so these things are integral. So you could say that like Alex Jones is the turd in the punch bowl and he ruins everything. Or you could say that it is actually indispensable in all this stuff. I mean, he and Nick Fuentes and Ali Akbar, these, generally outrageous or even repulsive figures, they were the first ones doing Stop the Steal. And they kind of had to be out front, the shock troops, if you were, before mainstream figures got on board, were willing to, wade out into the pool. They had to dive in headfirst immediately. And so I don't think Alex Jones, electorally speaking, is the turd in the punch bowl so much as he's the kind of shock troops. He actually is integrated into the Republican electioneering strategy, and he is integrated in populist activism. And so I really would be curious to learn who is funding him. The people might be more mainstream than you think. They might be also the ones giving to regular Republican candidates who are ultimately supported by Alex Jones. Anyway, those are just my thoughts. And we can also talk about, there were some elections yesterday, somewhat interesting. Kansas rejected abortion. What is it? Carrie Lake and Blake Masters won in Arizona. I don't know if you guys are interested in that, but if you'd like to talk, just request and you will be allowed in. So request away. And this is the point in the program where we reach this awkward silence, where I am once again requesting that you ask me a question. Okay, there we go. We got two. All right. I think LP was first.
Hello? Is my mic working?
Yes. Hey. Yes.
So, politics is kind of, in this country, is, a little bland at times, but it is kind of interesting looking at the polling data. I think you're kind of right when you say, the Blue Party might get reelected.
Oh, you mean in the midterms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because I do think that it would be very hard for them to get reelected in the House,
Yeah.
but I would strongly predict that it will be 51-49 Democrat in the Senate, or 50-50. That is a maintaining of the status quo in the Senate.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. You're going to have a razor split.
Yeah. And so there will be kind of divided government in a way. And also, what was I? Oh yeah, I think the whole abortion thing. It's this Kansas thing was interesting because there. So many states, a few, or what, 3 or 4 states went to the polls yesterday, and these were party primaries. And but there was also there was a referendum on the ballot, and it basically said, it asked the question in a double negative way. It said, should we, what was it? It was like, should we not change the state constitution, which currently protects abortion rights, or something like that. It was, I think it was, anyway, it was a bit of a confusing way of asking it. But nevertheless, it won overwhelmingly. It won like 60-40. And, in this day and age, particularly in Kansas, which is a red state, I mean, that's a pretty overwhelming victory for just at least the status quo of abortion rights. And so I think it does indicate that, the liberal voters can be triggered into action. And they might actually be really enthused by this. And so, and many other Republicans, like when you push too far, like if you just go with the Trump base too much, or you go with the religious right too much, there are still a number of, mainstream country club Republicans who just don't like this. And you actually can turn them off at some point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay. I remember it was like late 2017. There was that special election in Alabama.
Yeah.
And I was kind of getting vibes like, okay, it's just going back and forward, back and forward. I was kind of surprised Trump actually lost the 2020 election.
Uh-huh.
And the other thing is, like, there was also the, 4-year Virginia gubernatorial election, which seemed like, okay, we're going to have like a 2022, or we're going to have the red wave now in 2022 that, you have blue party in control. But, it seems the Supreme Court ruling on abortion was just like, you could see it down the road with some things, but I was kind of thrown a little off guard. I saw some signs of it, but it did throw me off.
Yeah.
And that's going to cause, that could cause, like you saw with Virginia, it was like, I mean, some people might remember 2017, some subsequent elections where it looked like Blue Party was gaining, and then they won the governorship, and then this could throw everything backwards for the Red Party.
Right. I mean, again, I really don't have any horse in this race or dog in this fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
get the
know,
popcorn.
If anything, I get the popcorn out, but
yeah.
I mean, I will be voting for Democrats, and I will be losing in the state of Montana, probably.
It's always better to play the losing position. I guess that has more power.
Kind of, it can. Mm-hmm. But that's what it is. All right, thanks. All right, Mark. Hey, I actually gave you a co-hosting duty if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know that I have a ton to say though. I was going to point out. I think that the child porn thing was from 2019. I made the same mistakes. I think you and I were in the same group. I'm pretty sure this is the case. We're in the same group chat, and someone put it in there, and it was attached to a tweet that was dated today. But
really?
I think
you're just gonna come out and say that online?
What's that?
Probably. What was it? No, what was it? The child porn was attached to a tweet.
Oh, I see.
I missed that.
Yeah, I don't think that it. I don't think it's a current issue. I think it happened like 3 years ago, right?
Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. Anyway,
I made the same mistake. I was in the same chat, and I thought it.
Yeah, everything I said stands. You know, it's. I mean, again, I'm not like morally defending Alex Jones. I'm sorry I made that mistake, but you know, it seems plausible to think that there are weird people out there or just bad actors who are emailing him stuff. But
it was related to the case, though. I think it was related to the case. So it was, so it was evidence in this case, but it wasn't during the trial. It was like 3 years ago.
Interesting. And again, to say before, I don't think he's hiding why he didn't comply with discovery, and so basically just defaulted, like he kicked his own ass in his trial proper. Like, I don't think it was because he was hiding some illegal porn stash or something. I think that he is hiding basically numbers on quote investors who are basically funders. I think it would be shocking to reveal that there are mainstream people throwing in millions of dollars to that whole, circus that he runs. And I think he's protecting them, and I think they're kind of letting him be a fall guy in a way. But you probably can't find another Alex Jones. I don't think the competitors in that sphere of just like wacky conspiracy theory plus like Ron Paul stuff. I don't know. I can't name them. I don't know if there's someone beyond him. And he's a lot younger. Someone pointed this out. I believe he is my age, or he's even younger than I am or something.
He's 48.
Oh, he's 48. So he's a few years older than I am. Okay. But he looks 68.
Yeah, in some videos in the 90s, he looked like he was 20.
Yeah, I've seen some of those videos when he was like a bodybuilder. And
he was a handsome young man.
Yeah, he was handsome, like really lean and mean and so on. And now he just looks like a complete wreck.
That's because he's eating shit out of buckets. Like if you're constantly eating survival food, you're not going to look great.
That's true.
Wait, who's the pastor guy who had the disaster buckets? I can't remember his name. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah, he had like you'd order like a bunch of gallons worth of food, and it would come in these weird little buckets, and it was for when the day Christ returned, the second coming. You would have your survival box, and you'd have the gallon worth of basically MRE. But
what is
I think
MRE?
that's what like the military food rations. Like where it's just it's the disgusting dog food. It's like I think Alex Jones sells
does he
that
actually eat
still.
his own thing? Is he high in his own supply, so to speak?
I
think he's just drinking a lot of beer and eating hamburgers all day or something.
Potentially, I don't know if it would have the same impact. I don't know if anything he does would have the same impact if he didn't look that way. To be honest.
Oh, I agree.
Like it's kind of an aesthetic.
Yeah, it's all feature and not the bug. Like it would be kind of weird if he were like well dressed and sensible. Like the fact that he loses control and takes his shirt off and starts screaming at the globalist is that's a feature, not a bug. That's like what makes him him.
Yeah, that's part of the act for sure. I feel like, but he wouldn't rip his shirt off if he didn't look like that. Like if he looks like a bodybuilder, him ripping his shirt off wouldn't be entertaining.
Right. He has to be just gross. Yeah. There is that really hilarious video of him. He was selling weight loss pills at one point, and he did like a before and after of like 3 months in the weight loss pills, and he looked exactly the same. Have you seen
the
that?
weight loss pills? Just Adderall? He's just been taking Adderall?
It was like,
no, I haven't. Let me look this up.
Yeah, it was like the full expression of like the Rorschach test, or like even the placebo effect, where it's like, how you view something, determines what it is. The Heisenberg principle, whatever you want to say. So he showed like an image of him, like, this is me in January 2014, and
Dude,
it was
I'm
him.
looking.
He had
It
this
put
like
hair in his
fat gut.
chest. Look at this.
Yeah, he had a fat gut, and he's like, here I am in April. Look at the difference. He's like, if anything, fatter. And people are like,
What do you
this
mean
stuff is
fatter?
amazing. I cannot
He's plus
believe it is
size.
only $29.99. Like, yeah. He's like, this is almost sold out. So this will change your life just like it changed mine. It is truly hilarious.
I mean, stomach ulcers do change your life.
Yeah, I mean, my one remark, Richard, on this case, though, with this nutball Alex Jones, is that it's interesting because MAGA, I think, is starting to build a narrative that like this is, this will set a precedent, like a negative free speech precedent, where basically you won't be allowed to like have counter narratives because you'll be prosecuted or you'll be sued. But it's just interesting how this is like the free speech cause that MAGA is willing to like rally to when they were silent during the Charlottesville trials, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, so it shows the complete absence of integrity of the whole MAGA throng, as it were. I mean, the guy, what the guy did was like, I mean, I don't know the particulars of the legal case, and I haven't looked at it in a close manner. And he may have been well within his rights to sort of engage in the sort of the dirty journalism that he did during that period. But what he did was just completely reprehensible. I mean, there was this like terrible tragedy where innocent children were like gunned down, right?
Yeah.
And this guy exploited it in the most kind of disgusting manner possible. But this is like, now MAGA is concerned about free speech, right? Why weren't they concerned about free speech when the Charlottesville trial was going on, where people, went down to Charlottesville to assemble peacefully, well within their constitutional rights, and to defend the rights of whites, but also to defend the Southern monuments down in Charlottesville.
Right.
I mean, it's just completely. It shows the complete. I don't know, just lack of sort of integrity in the MAGA movement, where it's just not. It's I think that they like Jones because of his popularity, and this has been a phenomena. I've been tweeting about it today. In the DR, there's been this sort of phenomena where the DR is basically fanboyed Jones, and I think that we've all kind of given him a pass because he's sort of humorous and ridiculous and larger than life. But he's been engaged in some pretty unethical stuff, and he's also like he's a clown, and he's like, if we're concerned about optics or we're concerned about truth or having credibility, I mean, why would we want any involvement with that guy? And the truth is that in the DR, people like Anglin, people like Anglin, he's got his own problems. People like Nick Fuentes, just about everyone would be willing to like sort of associate themselves with Alex Jones, despite his complete absence of integrity, and
but
despite
I think that's
being
why
a complete nutbag. You know what I mean?
I know, but that's why they want to associate with. I think there's this weird. I mean, this will sound self-serving on my end, but I don't care actually, because I'm right about this. They love people who are stupid, and they fear people who can actually articulate something and want something, because they can't be controlled, and they don't have, in a way, plausible deniability. So one thing that I noticed in a lot of the defenses of Nick Fuentes, again, I don't see these anymore, because Nick Fuentes has kind of become very similar to Alex Jones, not nearly as big, but almost. But you would hear these defenses from like Michelle Malkin where they were like, oh, there's just this young teenage boy who just loves America and he's being attacked because he supports Donald Trump. Why is he on a no-fly list and not terrorist, or some comment like that? And so the way he's depicted is as kind of like innocent and and in some ways stupid even. It's like the Kyle Rittenhouse, like pure conservative, love object, which is he knows not what he does, and he's just good, and he couldn't harm a fly basically, and they will defend that. And I think they defend Alex Jones because it's like at the I saw Tucker defending Alex Jones a few weeks ago, and it's basically he is on our team, and he's not going to ever kind of like really go against what we want. I mean, and I think this gets to my point, which is that he's not, from their perspective, he's not a turd in the punch bowl. Like all of these people who were expelled from the conservative movement for being racist, like Sam Francis and whatever, he's not a turd in the punch bowl. He actually does help them. He's on their team, and he might be like the gross, out of control defensive lineman who plays dirty and, his belly is hanging out of his jersey, and he's, and he gets always getting technical penalties and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, well, he's still our son of a bitch. He's on our team, and he's ultimately supporting us, and we can kind of say that he's innocent. Like he's just asking questions, or he's just, he's just, talking about the evil left, and he kind of gets it on some level. They'll ultimately support that. And I have never received anything like that, or, back in the day when the spotlight was on me, I never received anything like that from these same people. They either ignored me or pretended not to know who I was, or attacked me as like, oh, he's actually, he's a leftist. In fact, he's, not on our side. I think it's a weird thing where it's a kind of shibboleth like quality, I guess, of, you pronounce something the wrong way and we'll kill you. You pronounce it the right way, you're on our team. Where they will support these kind of innocent buffoons over someone who actually has a different perspective, and this might be dangerous. And I know that's a self-serving thing to say, but regardless, I think it's absolutely correct. So they'll defend Kyle Rittenhouse. They'll defend, Alex Jones. They'll defend Ashley Babbitt, who is a QAnon junkie. And, she quote in her literal last words, at least last words on camera, were a paraphrase of Q's last drop.
Wasn't Q's last drop the Last of the Mohicans song? Wasn't it just they played this song for Last of the Mohicans?
Oh, maybe. When I say last, I mean most recent. He did a drop about before J6 about the storm arising or coming. It's going to be, and she quoted him. She was a QAnon junkie. She was not an innocent American who was executed by the liberals or something. She was a QAnon junkie who was just, whacked out of her mind on some bizarre conspiracy theory, and who was then almost like a zombie or golem, like invading the Capitol. That's what she was. Like, I can have some sympathy for such a person. But, again, the conservative movement will be like, she was a great patriot, and she was very concerned about election integrity. They'll always defend these people, the innocent buffoon. And
martyr to things. I think the whole idea is just like these people are sort of destined to not do well, nor like they're also not a threat. So the word, like the only thing that really happened to them is like something unjust or, something along that nature. Like they get shot or they, get in trouble for saying the wrong thing. And it's like, they're just kind of a doofus that didn't really intend on doing much or changing anything. They just sort of talk on TV or get shot in places. And it's sort of just like martyrdom for sort of basic, boring ideals that don't really matter anyways.
Right.
I don't know.
Just
It's all
to
just a
put
joke.
It is all a joke. Just to kind of like, finish up here. I mean, let's also like in terms of the free speech example, like constitutionally, and this has been, ratified by Supreme Court's decisions, you absolutely have the right to assemble and hold protest. You don't ultimately have a right to harass people. And, I have a free speech right when I'm on a sidewalk to say something. I don't have a free speech right to get in someone's face, not leave them alone, and start aggressively yelling at them and so on. You just don't have that right. And I think when this goes, because everything's digitalized, I think conservatives have this notion of just like anything goes, So it's like, you have a right to harass them if you do it digitally. Whereas, like in real life, you obviously don't have that right. That's not actual protected speech. And I'm not, again, if I were, hypothetically, if I were Alex Jones's lawyer, I think actually a defense could be mounted, where it's like, well, look, he was speculating, he misunderstood some evidence, but he was engaging in analysis. He's wrong, but you have a right to be wrong. He did not maliciously intend to harm them. You could mount a defense for what he did. But I think, the point still stands, which is that like conservatives are just freaked out about free speech, but it's basically just like their right to just like be idiots and harass people. And I guess in terms of COVID, I mean, I'm just going to say it, like, endanger public health through misinformation. Like, you don't have that right. You never.
Whoa! That one's separate. Can we elaborate on that one? The COVID thing. Yeah. What's it? So conservatives did. I feel like COVID was like on both sides, just a huge misinformation, sort of a Yu-Gi-Oh duel, where it was just who could throw out the most shit and make it flashy. Like the whole thing was just kind of like COVID's like just like a huge like both sides are fucked. Like I don't think it's okay to blame one group over another for what happened there. I feel like anyone in a position of power did the wrong thing.
Well, people in the position of power might have made major mistakes. I would agree with you there. But the left was not like engaging in wholesale denial of a highly contagious disease and also giving bad health advice through media that actually were tremendously large. I mean, I don't know what, and there is that kind of like do no harm, like telling someone that COVID is fake, that is doing harm. Whereas telling someone to wear a mask at Target, no one's really harmed by that.
Well, there's psychological damage. I think that the No, I just feel like the sort of like I think it's a very important thing to recognize the fact that it's like if you're like fear mongering your populace of like sort of adult children, which we kind of do have in America, like in a way that is non-existent anywhere else in the world. Like they don't people have free will, like that's their choice. Like they're really people don't have like choice. Like if Ellen does it, they'll do it. And
I basically agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like what you're doing is you're taking these borderline NPCs and full-on NPCs, and you're saying, okay, well, put the mask on and just kind of 6 feet distance, avoid anything human, lock yourself in your room, and put on the VR headset and play around in the metaverse. Like that's like a lot more. I think that's more widespread damage than not wearing a mask. To be honest, like it's
that's fine.
Pure denial would be bad. No, it's like if I'm wrong,
you understand my point, though. I mean, I don't. I think bad health advice, like it's not just the NPC. Like I think that concept of an NPC, I don't like it because it's this like highly politicized term that conservatives use, where it's like I'm not an NPC because I voted for Trump or something, and it's just like
Trump voters are peak NPC.
Oh, I get it. Okay, well, you're more sensible then. But we're all kind of NPCs at some level, let's also be honest. But
really, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the main issue with the sort of the more sensible right, or like, just in general dissident right, is like the lack of sort of self-confidence and understanding that there is like a genuine difference between you and the average person that like can't figure out how to operate Google. Like I think that's like an important thing to recognize.
Okay,
That's kind of
like
like
huge hive mind component to the dissident right. Secondly, I would take it even further than that. Like, you make up your mind, you have an internal dialogue after your brain has already resolved to do something. Your internal dialogue using language in the frontal lobe of your brain is basically a kind of coping mechanism, you could say. Like, your free will, again, you have to like define these things.
I'm just
use language.
I was going with like the religious understanding, and like there's either the religious understanding or the sort of government-y understanding, where it's just like you decided to stab someone. Like obviously, I'm a determinist and whatnot, but it's
I'm not necessarily promoting determinism. I'm promoting by the time you've talked yourself into something that is using language, your brain has already decided what you're going to do. Like, for instance, when you're picking up, we were actually talking about this in my Nietzsche course that I was working on. But anyway, when you go to pick up a coffee mug, before you have thought through, and they can determine this through, scans of the brain, before your brain has activated to pick up the coffee mug, your muscles are already tensing and your fingers might actually be opening up. So basically your, like frontal thought process is in many ways a justification for a resolution that has already taken place in your body.
Possibly. I mean, like, what if it's like considering, so like, what if you're like on the fence about something like beforehand? Like, it's like, what if you're like planning, like, whether you shoot someone?
Well, there's no doubt that can occur, but what I am arguing is that when resolution takes place, it has already happened, and then you're going to talk yourself into it, in a way, cope through a linguistic or logical process in this sense, by using language in that manner. So anyway, it's just your internal monologue is not exactly what you think it is, and there's much more to like intelligence and thought and so on than just what is going on in a relatively small aspect of your brain. The other aspect that I would say to this is just kind of a counter, is that like functioning societies do act as groups, and you ultimately, like, we would not have survived as the human race. Like, we're not just a bunch of individuals making our own personal decisions.
No,
like
I agree.
At some point, you have to obey.
No, that was my point. I wasn't defending like free will and whatnot. I was saying like that's like sort of the argument people use as to why it's okay to say wear a mask, don't wear a mask, or
right.
etc.
Like you just kind of need to put on a mask when someone tells you to put one on.
I
And
don't do that.
much like you gotta like grab your spear, we're fighting off, the enemy tribe. You don't really ask questions when you are compelled to do that. And so I do think there's like a bigger dysfunction in society, and there's probably a bigger dysfunction among these types of people in this just kind of like endless resistance.
I'd say Google Bill Gates Event 201 for anyone in the audience, or you know what that is, right, Richard? No. Event 201. So Bill Gates hosted like a weird event We see the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, host. And I'm just using this as like an example as to how you might be able to think this whole thing is kind of like a meme. I'm not saying it is. Like, I lost family members due to it, so like obviously it's real.
Right.
But so this is like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation hosted Event 201, a high-level pandemic exercise on October 18th, 2019 in New York, New York. The exercise illustrated areas where public-private partnerships will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences.
So you're saying this to imply that he planned this or wanted it to happen? I mean,
well, it's just weird that it's like, so this is like an example of, like, I'm not saying that this is necessarily what happened. I'm just saying it's hard to blame these people for thinking that there's a sort of global conspiracy when like the CEO of every major pharmacy company is sitting in the same room talking about novel coronavirus before
I think it's
disease.
pretty easy to blame them. I mean, like, pandemics have occurred throughout history, and the response to them has been very similar if we put aside obvious technological innovations. It is about distancing and covering. And like, it's not surprising to me that people who, for good and for ill, are leaders of the society will kind of plan for catastrophes. I mean, even if
no, but like this, there's like 2 months before. There's like a few months before.
Well, so what?
So it's a bit weird that they were talking about coronavirus, and I can pull up like this is on centerforhealthsecurity.com.
I have not seen this, but I'm taking your word for it that this actually happened.
DM me. I'll send it to you. I'll shoot you a link.
You don't need to send it to me. I'm taking your word for it.
And then, well, I know, but it's like, what if I'm lying on the internet? What if I'm like an edgy eco-fascist?
Do you think that it's weird that the American military does exercises regarding an invasion of Ukraine or something? Like, what would an American response be if Russia invaded Ukraine? I mean, it's just basically like preparation for, catastrophes and black swan events, but ones that are actually kind of foreseeable.
Well, yeah, but this is like never doing it before and then deciding you're going to do it like a month before Russia invaded Ukraine. And you just threw all of your army at it, like the entire U.S. Army. It's not like this is like a small event. Every pharmaceutical CEO is there. I'm just saying, so you can understand. It's like, if this weird stuff is out, like if this stuff is like happening actively, like if this information is public, which it is on the internet, like you were saying earlier, like pretty much just everything in general is digitized. Like, right. This is pretty easy to access information now. I can understand how people
problem when these people don't have information channeled to them in a proper way. I mean, I do think that that's a big problem. And we, in every society previous to this one, there was basically some kind of church that gave them the truth. And, whether that was the actual church, or whether that was, the big newspapers or the big three television networks, or so on. There was just a way of, in a technological society, a way of maintaining order and kind of maintaining continuity and comfort levels for average people. And now these types of people they're not reading the newspaper at all. And if they're watching anything, it might be, some kind of Fox News type thing, but they're basically getting their information from anonymous sources, 4chan, some Facebook group, some weirdo on Twitter or so on.
Because the alternative is CNN.
It's chaotic.
Like the alternative is CNN and whatnot. And it's just,
but they should be watching CNN. Like, again,
no.
They need to be
channeled. But I agree with you on the church point and whatnot, where it's like this idea of like something. I like to think of it as the idea of something that is a sort of grassroots organization, sort of like of people who are like kind of native to an area that sort of exist in village communities and whatnot. Like they should probably be hearing from a top-down structure that is built out of bottom-up systems, right? Where it's like the church only exists because of the fact that everyone in the village attends it. The pastor probably does other things on other days other than Sunday, and it's just sort of it's built out of the things around it, right? So things like CNN have this huge issue of like you're appealing to all of the United States of America, and the people who are running this thing are like investors, et cetera. There's like a huge financial incentive. Like it's not purely symbiotic,
But you're just giving some rather kind of organic and naive version of what these things were. I mean, the dissemination of art and information and media, et cetera, it's always been centralized, and it's always been connected to a power structure. And I'm telling you, that is a necessary thing.
No, I'm not disagreeing. Like I'm very for centralization. I'm just saying it's like like the way it exists currently is pretty zogged.
Well, okay. Let's try to avoid language like that just so I don't get banned. But
what? No, that's me. I'll get in.
Okay. Well, I know what you can use other terms in that. I agree that like I think we're in a point of instability for the simple reason that people can get information elsewhere. And that can be a great thing if you're a serious scholar. But I think it's actually a really bad thing for 98% of the population. And we shouldn't judge everyone in the same way. Like we're not all equal. And most people really do need to be told, like, this is up, this is down, this is right, and this is left. And
you are
we
preaching
need to
the choir.
Yeah. And most people don't want decisions outside of like which, variety of mayonnaise, and they shouldn't be tasked with such decisions. So like I think we need to recognize that. Now I agree that I think the other reason why we're in an unstable world is because there is this like legitimacy crisis of the mainstream media, and in many ways that's kind of not their fault to some degree in the sense it's about technological change, but it is kind of their fault to a large degree that they've kind of blown and continue to blow their shot at being the authority. And so I do think we're kind of like entering this uncharted territory of like a lack of authority or legitimacy in these organs that really do have to keep America together. I mean, just for instance, Joe Biden. I mean, Biden is
President Brandon,
right? He was offering America like back to normalcy. Like I'm just a normal guy. I'm not a shrill liberal. Like I'm actually, I mean.
I love Brandon.
He's kind of
I absolutely love Brandon.
I voted for him, and I'll vote for him again if
Me
he
too.
sticks around.
Dude, absolutely. I love it. He eats ice cream.
Yeah, he eats ice cream and wears Ray-Bans. What more could you ask for? But what I'm saying is that he was offering a kind of normalcy, and the sense of like, I'm not Hillary Clinton. I'm not going to be a shrill Antifa feminist or something. I'm just some normal guy, and I'm old. And I'm like I'm like you. And even that didn't take. I mean, whenever I walk around town here, I mean, granted, I live in Montana, so it's a little bit different. Whenever I walk around town, it's great. It's beautiful. But whenever I walk around town, it is inevitable that I will see someone with like Let's Go Brandon t-shirt. And so like even Joe Biden is treated as like the devil himself. Like you're going to say fuck you to the president of the United States. Like there is a serious legitimacy crisis in the United States and in the Western world.
It's so great. I love it.
Well,
we coming back, baby. Round 2.
Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Let me let some other people in here. Mark, you can chime in anytime. So, Brian, Oh no, excuse me. Before we go to Brian, Xbox Live. You've been waiting.
Oh.
Xbox Live Republican. Hey Richard.
That's so good.
We debated on abortion a few months ago on my previous account before I got nuked. So okay. I was going to ask you about your feelings on Kansas. And then second, I was going to say that also I'm up to have the Apolloism debate that we had scheduled before I got nuked from Twitter. But then I was also curious about your views on Pelosi visiting Taiwan, if that's going to be a nothing burger.
Oh, right. Yeah. I haven't really talked about that. Kansas is interesting. I mean, it was a landslide victory. I mean, 60-40 is a complete landslide in a, bipartisan type election, or something. It's. I think it actually is a sign that the Democrats are not going to be wiped out like a lot of people thought they would. I do think they're going to hold on to the Senate, and I think I would say that the GOP probably will win the House, but I don't think it is as certain as it was pre Roe v. Wade decision, and I think also in polarization, so much of the game is about making the other side seem crazy. And so it's like, in Virginia in 2021, there was a red wave of sorts. And so much about that was like CRT and transsexuality at school and blah, blah, blah. And so it was a way for the GOP to say like, oh, we're the normal ones. You guys are demonic or whacked or whatever. And with Roe v. Wade, like the polling on whether Roe v. Wade should be maintained or just basic abortion rights should be maintained is pretty clear. And so it is a kind of attempt for the Democrats to present themselves as just kind of like, we're normal. You guys are crazy. You guys are the ones who are trying to shake up everything and destroy everything. So I do think it's going to be powerful for Democrats doing basically not terribly in the midterms, but maybe not a decisive victory or something like that. As it comes to Taiwan, I mean, I guess this kind of goes into my, more general thesis of the Cold War returning. And much as with the World War, the World Wars, they were separated by generation, a 30-year period of, things were so hot. There was a lot going on. There were all these crises, but then that, pretty much the same structural crisis reemerged a second time later on once technology developed more and it became worse. And I do think we're in a kind of Cold War II. And it's going to be more or less the same structure as Cold War One. And, in some ways, this was a Pelosi, I think actually kind of brilliant political move by Pelosi, because she's presenting herself as head of state, basically. And so it's self-aggrandizing on her part. But I think it also demonstrates these like really big lines that are reemerging and that kind of died out in the 90s when it was, Chimerica, designed in California, made in China, all that kind of stuff. There's both China has a plan for a Chinese kind of like regional world order, and with the Belt and Road Initiative, which I'm actually reading this book on right now. But I also think that that Cold War dynamic is returning, and we are going to be in a Cold War situation, and I think that's going to have kind of certain effects on policy and so on. It hasn't been as good as I had kind of hoped it would have been, where the threat of nuclear annihilation or just a kind of enemy abroad led us to be kind of more reasonable and sensible and so on. But I do think that that's the direction it will push things. And if anything will push politics towards the center, it is that. Otherwise, politics is just going to kind of fly off the rails on both sides. And I think this will kind of evoke a centrist type politics. So anyway, it's interesting. I don't know how in the hell they're going to, unwind Chimerica. As I've said many times, I mean, the amount of manufacturing and technology that passes through China, it is so immense that like ending it in one fatal swoop would cause like, mass shortages and starvation or I don't know, something like it would just be catastrophic to just end Chimerica, that arrangement. But I do think that it's kind of possible to foresee that coming. And I do think the world, it's kind of more natural for it to be divided in the way that it is increasingly being divided.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just like a couple follow-ups on Taiwan. So one, like, yeah, I do think that U.S.-China conflict over Taiwan is probably inevitable. The Chinese are just not going to let it go. But no. I'm curious whether you think in the short term there will be the chance of a military conflict in response to Pelosi's visit. That seems unlikely, but I guess they have been.
There's a chance.
Military exercises.
And yeah, there's a chance. I don't think they will. If Biden had done it, that might have sparked war. I mean, she is third in line to the throne, and she's not head of state.
Well, that's kind of my follow-up about if Biden had done this. So it seemed like the Biden administration, the State Department affirmed last week that the U.S. does not support Taiwanese independence. I think the Biden administration advised Pelosi not to travel to Taiwan. At least they claim that they did. And the official statement is that Pelosi is traveling as a private citizen. They tried to clarify this many times. So I'm wondering, do you think that Pelosi is kind of usurping or exercising private diplomacy, or do you think that they're kind of beneath the table? There might be some sort of thing where the State Department is actually advising her to do this, and the Biden administration is probing China or something like that.
Yeah, I think this is what. Yeah, I think you kind of answered your question by asking. I mean, I think that it's not unreasonable to think that something like that is going on, because states will act like this. They'll kind of, it won't be A or B. It'll be kind of like A and a half to mix a metaphor there. They'll kind of do it this way, and so Biden has a little bit of plausible deniability. So does Pelosi. Is like, I'm the Speaker of the House. I'm not head of state. I'm not the Commander in Chief of the military, and I'm not like technically recognizing you. But I mean, the U.S. has played this game. So I mean, Taiwan, they've encouraged Taiwan to be recognized in all of these kind of like economic and strategic partnership initiatives or something like this. But then they have maintained a one China policy when it counts. And so, yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of playing this game. I wish that Joe Biden would just like forthrightly say what the world is going to look like after that. Like, I get the fact that you want to do like go halfway in between and kind of probe things and so on. But at some point you have to, shit or get off the pot, as Nixon famously said. Like, you just have to throw down and say, this is what we're about. And obviously he's not ready to do that. And just throwing down against China not only would be, confronting at some level, not necessarily violently, but confronting at some level the world's largest military, world's largest army or whatever, and also just creating a catastrophe in manufacturing. So they can't just do that. But I do think they're probing, and I do think they're kind of doing a halfway measure, that they see that there's a foreseeable, as the American unipolar order of the past 30 years slowly declines, there's a foreseeable scenario where we are in a Cold War confrontation with Eurasia, basically. Again, identical to the Cold War. I mean, all of these things are like Cold War. I mean, it's like Taiwan is basically the last redoubt of the nationalist Chinese. And so it is, we're just kind of like these these East-West divides from the 20th century have never really gone away. And obviously Ukraine is a hugely geographically significant component of the East-West divide as well. So all of this stuff from the 20th century is like re-emerging as important. And I find that very interesting, and I ultimately do think it's good. I mean, it's like as the unipolar world ends, like
why do you think that's happening?
Because the unipolar world is slowly coming apart.
Yeah, but it's like, so before the 20th century, did these things matter? Did they only exist because of the Cold War?
No, I mean, I think Taiwan is obviously like a accident of history, you could say. But Ukraine, as this like strategically important place, dividing two very different conceptions of order, is absolutely like really deep. I mean, I would suggest everyone read Mackinder on this, but there, if you can, as the German army attempted to in the Second World War, if you can capture Ukraine and march to the Caspian, you have knocked out the Eurasian power. I mean, the Eurasia is just a different, like geographically speaking, Europe kind of tends towards more kind of smaller countries that can kind of play one off against the other.
It's Eurasia the other way.
Is massively mobile and flat. And there's no access, like through the north, there's no escape. The only access would be through the Pacific. So, I mean, you could encircle Russia by controlling Ukraine. That is something that all.
But what about, like, there's Belarus too? Like, I mean, like, no, like every time Russia's existed ever, like, it doesn't seem like controlling like Ukraine has much say in the matter, right? Like, whether or not like they have access to it doesn't really affect it. Like, I think that like Eurasia, whatever the Eurasian power is, which is kind of always going to be Russia or some old timey variant of Russia.
Right.
It's like they're just kind of going to exist naturally the way they are. Like, that's kind of just like the output of the Russian soul is just kind of like having one large country that doesn't really care about how much it has to lose as long as it wins.
Why is that?
It kind of I think that has to do with like the people there primarily, the resources.
I think it has to do with geography.
I think that's kind of like I feel like geography and like the the people and whatnot kind of goes hand in hand.
The Russian military on the oil.
Like, I think it's
Caucasus.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Don't interrupt. Whoever's
no, he's cutting out. And no, he can let him.
Okay. Well, no, you can speak. Yeah, just don't interrupt.
No, it's fine if it's like something that I should be interrupted for. But what was the point?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was cutting out.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was just saying. I mean, Ukraine is the stepping stone to the Volga Gap, which separates Russia from the Caucasus. So, like, all of Russia's oils, not all of it, but considerable stockpile of Russia's oils in the Caucasus. I mean, like the German, is it Operation Case Blue was the invasion of Caucasus in the Second World War. I mean, that was the purpose of it, was cutting off the Soviet Union from their oil supplies. They couldn't field a mechanized army if they, and obviously their economy would be crippled too.
No, but like they're receiving shit from Americans the whole time. Like, so this is another thing that people like never keep in mind, is the fact that like, yeah, they still have the Pacific though. Like, and it's like, oh yeah, but why would America ever back the enemy, the Soviet Union? Like it's pretty like basic, I think, to understand the fact that it's like you can't just be the only global power and whatnot. If you are like a nation state, you do need like an opposing power, so you can kind of not just fearmonger your populace, but also give people an identity for a sort of, not real thing like America and whatnot. It's easier to rally behind the idea of I'm defending my people and my family against the Soviet Union than, oh yeah, we sort of conquered this land that isn't really ours and it's kind of a fuck up. So things like that are kind of important. And it's also, it pushes progress and it pushes, it keeps entropy going. So that's kind of the whole point, is I think to sort of maximize disarray and whatnot. So there's sort of like, so that's kind of how capitalism functions. I mean, communism
but there's a stability to a Cold War geopolitical structure. And I'm saying that conflict is natural, and it's very unnatural for there to be peace. And there's a kind of structure to a Cold War conflict that is actually like beneficial, as you say. I mean, it's like in a unipolar world, there's a kind of entropy or disorder in the sense of like, well, there's only one power center, and there's no, everyone's going to part of it. What does this mean? And blah blah blah. But like building structures of conflict is natural and ultimately like a good thing.
But this is weirdly like mechanical. Like you have to admit, like the Soviet Union stuff, the World War II, like the post-war borders and economies and everything. Like all this stuff is like weirdly unnatural. Like and it's sort of like a very mechanical sort of thing, right? Like this.
But why does it keep reoccurring?
When does it keep reoccurring? Since when? I mean, but here's the thing: it's probably because the fact that it's like well instated. No, I wouldn't say there was like an east-west divide as much as there's sort of a cultural gradient that had sort of like rough, sort of like there were points in that cultural gradient which they acted a lot like borders, right? So it's like Austria and whatnot against the Turkish, like things like that, where it's like there's clearly a cultural line there, and like that's just things coming to a head, right? Like a crescendo.
Right.
Like but everywhere else would just sort of gradient into different identities and ideologies and whatnot. They would just sort of unify against whatever the current previously aforementioned crescendo.
Yeah, but like when something reoccurs and it reoccurs kind of unequivocally, you have to ask, is there some deeper cause? And again, the geography of Western Europe does lend itself quite a bit to small states kind of playing one off another, just a balance of power and shifting alliances.
Oh,
the
yeah,
Eurasian
I'd
mass, which is again, it's flat area with men on horses traveling mobily. It's kind of similar in many ways to North America. This also lends itself to a kind of imperial structure that is very large, controlling it. And there is going to be a divide between those two systems. And so when it reemerges, like it reemerges with a force, and it's just unquestioned. Like
it can't only be geography, though. It's kind of like, and the underlying thing you said, don't get you banned.
I'm not going full Mackinder here and like becoming a geographic determinist, but it's a factor that I think really needs to be taken into account, and it is a very important factor.
Oh no, I'm taking it into account. I'm just saying I think it's intellectually unfair to say that's the only thing, and I think especially unfair to say it's like the one of the most prominent things. I think maybe in warfare, maybe like starting conditions, right, for like what these nations had, but it's more so. I think like sort of even I think the people that sort of occupy these places kind of determine like how it's whether or not get this voice transformer out of my face. Whether or not like America's shaped like that doesn't really I don't think matters much, right? Like because like I don't see America annexing Canada and becoming like a Russia style state. I see kind of the opposite happening. There's sort of I think kind of an inevitable future for the United States.
Well, but America doesn't need to annex Canada. I mean, it more or less has.
Yeah, effectively.
I mean, when it comes to foreign policy, it's not like we're in some clash with the Canadians or something. But America itself is not a small state. I mean, America has, much like Russia, has been this massive landmass. It's been a frontier, in fact, where you keep pushing outward, very much like Russia's, exploration of the Siberia and so on. You keep pushing. There's just a lot of similarity actually between Russia and the United States in this sense, and so that is geographic. Like, why is it that I mean, again,
So
there
Native
are some
Americans,
historical reasons for this.
Like, but why were Native Americans the way they were? Like, that's kind of like a complete opposite. I guess that you can make the argument of like it's the genetics of Europeans
they were
entering
like
a territory that is not.
No, they were like
that.
They were kind of like very mobile. Native Americans would they were mobile even before the horse was introduced, and they had the teepee, and they were plains hunters basically. So it was very similar to like.
Hold on.
All right, let's hear.
For the first time, my grandmother was actually half Cherokee. So
okay.
You're telling me that just because no, there's no congratulations or anything, just because you had claimed that we were mobile in your work.
No, but they were. Like, I know a lot more about this, I think, than you.
No, not you, Otto. But
why are you offended by the fact that I said
he's
Native
right.
I was not.
Are mobile?
The Indians were speedy.
Are you offended by what I said?
We were mobile, or she was.
Why
no, they were
not at all.
When you guys were colonized, you were hunter-gatherer tribes, more or less. Like, very few tribes like actually found a need for agriculture and whatnot. Like, it's you just kind of move things. Like, you'd pack up tents and move them like to new hunting locations.
Like, yeah,
that's Richard for the entire time I've been on your back. I agreed with everything you've said, and I've raised my hand a couple times, and that was a little.
That's a fact. That's like something they take pride in.
What's your point? Like, you have the floor now. You don't just tell us what your point is.
You were talking about Russia and all that shit and all.
Brian, have you been drinking tonight, young man?
Yeah, you just seem drunk, man. It's okay.
How drunk are you? 1 to 10. 1 to 10. How drunk? So hang on. I've got a joke to lighten the mood before we go back into it. So I went to see my therapist, and I said I keep having this dream, right, where it's it's like sometimes I'm a teepee and sometimes I'm a wigwam, right? And my therapist says, "Oh, you're 2 tenths," and that's the end of the joke.
Yeah, because there's 2 tenths. There's one.
Yeah, one's a teepee, one's a wigwam. There's 2 tenths.
I got you.
Do you know why the busty young woman was kicked out of the Amish community?
No, why's that?
She was 2 Mennonite.
I'm from Pennsylvania, bro. I get it.
Those are honestly the 2 best dad jokes I've ever heard.
Yeah, all right, hang on. I've got a. So this is one my dad used to tell me a lot when I was growing up. This one's like really good. So there's the priest. The last one. Nah, you can get ready for this one. So there's a priest and a little boy walking through the woods. It's late at night, right? And so the priest is walking with them, and they're walking through, and they're holding hands. It's like spooky. It's cold. It's dark. Weird cracks and noises in the dark. And kid looks at the priest and says, "Oh, I'm scared. I don't know. I've never been in the woods before. Like, this is crazy." And the priest says, "You think you're scared? I have to come back alone."
Oh shit!
That's a good one.
Stepdad hunting.
All right.
Not dad.
That's my dad.
Daytime.
My parents jump in.
Richard, though. These every comment or conversation that's come up has been awesome.
Okay,
it has been good. The ones that I don't about the Second Cold War or whatever, the Russians are not. They are dying out.
Lamau?
Not that they were dying out, but give me, 2 years. You think Putin is still going to be there?
Yes.
I'll be surprised if he's there in a year.
And you're wrong.
I wouldn't. I think he's gonna. I mean, health problems that he may or may not have aside, yeah, I think this will actually build up a lot of stability for his regime, for better and for worse.
Okay,
Absolutely.
But in a Cold War, no, because I think
the Cold War that builds stability. Conflict is natural, and it
right. It's not right, which is not cold. It's going to be solid.
Cold is solid. The colder it gets, the more like ice is solid.
It's going to be a hot
steam
war.
is a gas. Then it's going to be then it's not going to be solid. But fundamentally, it's like I think we agree on the whole I think benefit of the Cold War conflict style thing. Like it's hyper artificial is my issue with it. Which I think anything that is not natural is sort of doomed to fail. It's destined to fail. It just kind of in its nature. By nature,
I'm suggesting that it is natural.
Everything
really,
natural still
fails. I think it's not. No, but I'd say that the thing is it does arise from the fact that it's hyper nationality is born out of that, and you are willing to put up with shittier conditions if you have the threat of an equally powerful nation state as sort of like an existential threat. Yeah,
and haven't conditions gotten a little too good?
Yeah, strongly.
I mean, people complain now about high gas prices or whatever, but you kind of have too many things available.
My iPhone 20 is slow.
Yeah, exactly. Your iPhone doesn't load Instagram fast enough for you, and you're whining.
TikTok doesn't work 50 feet underground. What is this?
Right. If you take away a teenage girl's TikTok, she might just commit suicide or something. We've gotten a little too
it's
luxurious.
Ridiculous. So here's
probably need a world war.
Yeah, the bull case, if you're bullish on the metaverse as an idea, here's what'll make you like that idea. Have you seen a girl on her phone before? They are glued to it in in a weird obsessive way. And I think if anything, if the metaverse is going to exist in any way, it is from some way to make that into metaversey garbage, mobile metaversey stuff where you can just drama and gossip all day. Society's going to turn into some horrible, terrible version of that. It's really bad,
truly horrible. Yeah, it's the ultimate consequence of metaphysics in many ways of living in an idealized realm outside of the real world, which was again the major impulse behind the development of metaphysics and so-called natural law and all sorts of things like that. I think Zuckerberg is a really world historical consequential figure.
There's something wrong with Zuckerberg, I think, fundamentally. He's not doing it alone. He has to be back. Whether it's government-y stuff. I know there's the obvious FBI involvement, but it's it feels too weird. I don't know if that's just the type of person that succeeds in doing what he did.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's so I wonder how many Zuckerbergs for the Google people, right? How many other case studies I would have to go off of other than just Zuckerberg, because it's a weird empire. It's a very strange empire. To build as an individual, at least that's sort of how it's portrayed. I don't know. It's just a psychology thing. I think that's a relatively important thing to understand moving forward into a world that's sort of led by those people.
Yeah. Well, I guess what I was saying is that, to some degree, people are going to go into a metaverse, so to speak, as an escape from the real world because the real world sucks. And so it's a kind of understandable escape from it. You're a millennial with thousands of student loan debt obligations, and you're not meeting anyone, and you have no friends, and you have no skills, you can't really hold a job, so you just live in the metaverse. But I guess what I'm also saying is that the metaverse was kind of aptly named in the sense that it's this, all of metaphysics was this kind of attempt to enter another world, an ideal realm of rational morality and so on, and the good. And this metaverse is kind of a full culmination of this metaphysical impulse that has been around for more than 2,000 years.
And maybe it's big on metaphysics.
Maybe it's its kind of last gasp in a way. Hopefully.
I feel it's kind of, I'm very pro metaphysics and whatnot. That's me being the sort of spiritually esoteric-y weird guy. I'm the token spiritual esoteric weird guy. But also not to derail.
You can imagine I'm opposed to metaphysics.
You quote Thunderfoot is still a thing? What the fuck? I just went to your profile. You quote tweeted Thunderfoot.
Wow, yeah, I know. Well, I'm a Gen Xer at heart. Pat, do you want to jump in? By the way, that video I quote tweeted Thunderfoot, but Thunderfoot himself was linking to a very interesting video on Elon Musk. This guy, I think he's called Common Sense Skeptic. You know, I know all that stuff sounds
this
like
fucking channels.
I know it sounds like 2012 YouTube, and it's like
amazing atheist.
The amazing. I get it. That okay. It's still a very good essay on Musk, and I think I was generally and genuinely supportive of Musk's attempt to buy Twitter, because I was like, oh look, this guy seems to have a vision. He's going to have, they're going to be like clear rules for free speech. He's not the hall monitor type. Like, I thought this is like a generally good thing. Even though Musk did raise some suspicions, but this guy, Common Sense Skeptic, he has just totally debunked Musk. Obviously, Musk should, some people should defend Musk in a serious way. But it really made me think that Musk is, it's like Theranos style, just total fraud.
Yeah,
I don't think he's the Antichrist. That's too grandiose for him. It's just pure, it is pure vaporware and fraud. Every project he is doing is bullshit. And
fuck Elon
including
Musk and
Tesla.
Fuck Elon Musk. Teslas are really ugly, bad cars. They don't drive well. There's nothing good about the car. It looks like a lesbian shoe. Everything about it's bad. I don't know. I don't get why people are obsessed with this man. I feel like he's designed for 98 kids.
All of this stuff is nonsense. He did this thing. He got it reminds me of Theros or whatever it's called, the Elizabeth Holmes thing.
Yeah,
of Theranos. Just making these massive promises that are never fulfilled. He made a promise for a people moving Hyperloop tunnel in Las Vegas, and he got tens of millions of dollars of the Boring Company. They basically dug a one-way tunnel for cars to drive around. I mean, it is so unbelievably insulting on some level.
It's a merry-go-round. It's literally a state-sponsored merry-go-round. We live in Disneyland.
Yeah, it is a joke. Yeah, it's no different than It's a Small World After All or something. You're on a totally inefficient loop in a cart. I mean, it is a complete
joke. It's electric. It's electric, though. It's not there's no CO2 emissions.
Well,
you don't understand.
Yeah. Well, obviously, where electricity is not an energy resource, it's an energy output.
Well, electricity you just spawn in using the console, and then your Tesla's good to go.
Yeah. No, it's a joke. Anyway, Pat, do you want to say that?
Yeah, so my question is more about the back to the Kansas thing, because I saw something interesting the other day.
Is this your real voice?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's so
But, anyways, so I saw a poll. It was conducted in Kansas, and asked the voters a question, would you support, a band that tried to propose, yesterday? Would you support it or not? And only 32% of people said it would support it. And you go over, and now it's 41% are voting for it. So about, 10% of people went over now supporting banning abortion than, say, 2 years ago. And I think that there's kind of hope that that the libs are going to react and then sweep out the Democrats, so sweep out the Republicans and bring back Roe v. Wade. I think it's very naive because the Overton window rests on the status quo, and the Republicans have changed the status quo, and because of that, I do think you'll see the public opinion shift against abortion, and I think that
that's the short not term, what has happened over the past 3 months.
I mean, I think it kind of actually has. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, and it's just more Americans now are saying they're, pro-life or whatever it is. There is a reaction, of course, of any kind of cash out thing like now, but I don't think that.
Well, I guess what I would say is that there might very well be a kind of intensification because, like previously you would still have a lot of people say that they're pro-life, but it might not have been their chief issue. But there are going to be a lot of like MAGA people who are going to kind of suddenly become hardcore pro-lifers. But again, at least from what I've seen, like there has been, anyway, show me another poll that would be evidence against this, but it seems to be like 70%. Yeah, I guess you're right now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, the polling for like 40 years was basically 70% of the population wanted Roe v. Wade maintained. And this was a 60-40 vote, but it was in Kansas, though. But yeah, I mean, I do think there's just this natural tendency and polarization for people just to go hardcore. And so it's like all of these people who 5 years ago were like the Groyper type or alt-right or dissident right or whatever, all those people who are like, yeah, build the wall, man. Build, we would have industry here, that kind of basic bitch nationalism. All of those people are now like yelling, like, you're going to have my baby, like they're jumping on this kind kind of thing. And so I kind of agree with you to a certain extent.
To unlock the race war quest tree.
Maybe.
I mean, I generally do think that more as the Republican Party kind of identifies as it's like anti-abortion party. I do think that stock and standard Republicans who make their identities as being Republican will integrate that into it. I do think that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right.
So I do think that in the coming years, I don't think there's gonna be this massive reaction. In 5 years, we have another Roe v. Wade. I think that actually abortion will probably get banned in more states. I won't be surprised in 5 years it'll be banned in Kansas again, or something like that. So I really think that the Overton window kind of rests on the status quo, and this is a new status quo. I don't think that the libs have the political capital anymore to kind of force through a new Roe v. Wade. And I think that's kind of indicative of what's kind of happening to the liberals is that they kind of take up this cause for like a certain for certain people, like it'd be like workers and women, and then they kind of abandon it after it loses its novelty and it becomes passé. I mean, like we had all this, the March for Women, in 2017, with the pink hats on against Donald Trump. We had Me Too, and then all of a sudden, feminism lost all of its kind of political wherewithal, and now Roe is being overturned, and we're getting abortion bans. And you saw it too with workers' rights. You had the winter of discontent in Britain. You had the Humphrey, I think it was Humphrey Hawkins Act in 1978, which said that we're actually going to eliminate inflation, eliminate unemployment, which never happened. But he had all these things, and then all of a sudden you had Reagan come in, completely like level workers' rights, and the libs never like picked up again. I think you have a situation like that with women now, and almost to extrapolate this further, I do think that eventually they'll do this to race. I think they'll eventually will abandon really racial politics. It just lose its flair for them, and they'll just kind of move on.
I think they've already moved on. They've moved on. They're calling themselves Christian nationalists now, and they're just gonna. Yeah, I think all of that 2016 Trump stuff, which was to a large degree coming. There's a tradition for it. I mean, there's like Perot, there's Buchanan, there's always been that. I know Buchanan might not quite fit this mold, but like there's a kind of reasonable secular nationalist, like why are we exporting our jobs to Japan or what, that kind of mentality, which is very reasonable. And I think Trump came in the wake of that. He was part of that tradition. I don't think MAGA is part of that tradition at all at this point. I don't think race or you hear about immigration, like the illegal immigration in Texas or build the wall or whatever, but you're not going to really, that the whole kind of like racial politics that was, incipient with Trump or kind of brewing around there with Trump. I don't think you're going to see that again. I think MAGA is going to become an increasingly explicit Christian movement. They're calling themselves Christian nationalists, and they're saying that, like, I mean, granted this is Lauren Boebert, but sometimes people like that are like the id of the party, in the sense that they're not an outlier. They're like the inner voice of the party. And it's basically like the church should leave the government, and, this is who we are. This is our identity and how we define ourselves. And there are going to be a lot of, the Hispanics that are entering the GOP now. They're going to, pick up on that. And so I mostly agree. I think the whole Trumpian now, it's this irony of Trump where it's like, he brought more Hispanics into the party than any other Republican. And like the irony of Trump, a pro-choice, twice divorced womanizer who had sex with porn stars, is going to inaugurate Christian nationalism. It's these like amazing ironies.
We've all been there, bro.
Yeah. And like a guy from New York is going to, activate Southern conservatives. It's all just totally contradictory seemingly, but it actually kind of makes a lot of sense.
What's fascinating, though, is that I recently saw a poll I posted on my account where it was only 22% of white Americans believe in COVID conspiracies, or at least openly admitted to a Gallup pollster. But 34% of Hispanics will say the same. So, and that's more than I think that voted for Trump. It's only like 29% voted for Trump. I forget the amount. Mm-hmm. So,
because they have higher IQs.
Hispanics are just wholly. I believe it's all the same thing with anti-Semitism. I believe it was 29% of Hispanics are anti-Semitic compared to 9% of white Americans. So this is a highly conspiratorial demographic, and I think that the kookiness and the wackiness of the GOP, it's really coming out. At least with the Reagan GOP, at least that was respectable. They weren't going around telling people disobey public health orders and all this other shit.
No.
It was shit.
Why is that
crappy.
bad though? Rich, I want to hear from Pat. Pat, why is that bad? I just want to hear from Pat.
It's just antisocial.
It's antisocial.
Yes.
So what is social? So in contrast, there's there's the sort of being stuck in your phone, locking yourself inside, metaverse-y garbage. That is following the norm.
No, protecting our seniors and our most vulnerable in society. That is being just for humanity. It's having empathy, having decency, not being individualist piece of shit.
No, but I know. So I'm an individualist as much as I'm a collectivist, right? I feel like they're kind of both this. Individualism is very important. Personality is very important, but you are always more than an individual. Blood and soil, tribe matters, etc. Blah blah. You get the gist. And the issue I have with the COVID stuff being antisocial is the fact that it's really not antisocial. The antisocial thing is putting a mask on, having this very robotic way of existing, standing exactly 6 feet behind people, having everything closed, no more 24-hour opening. It's so inhuman. It's at the actual definition of antisocial. It's backwards. It's horrible. It's unnatural. It's creepy. It's scary. And none of these things are rational ways to handle it.
Millions of men went into World War II, fought and died for their country. You can stand to wear a fucking mask just so protect our elderly and our seniors.
Yeah, but this is World War II it's a very different situation.
No, it's not. We have something. We have a problem, and now we're going to fix it, and it will hurt us a little bit to fix it. But the problem with Americans is they're so afraid of any kind of minor inconvenience and pain. Yes, I'm American.
All right. So when you say the problem with Americans, this is so you're a lefty, right?
Sure. Yes, I'm lefty.
Yeah. So I can tell that because it's sort of this thing where it comes from the sort of thing where it's I hate white people, bro. I hate white people so much. It's I'm white. And I'm saying I hate white people so much. It's the same, like that. It's the same sort of mentality where it's you have to stop stopping yourself into hating yourself. And then probably maybe then relook at everything. I'd say that's just that. Look, is fundamentally more important than other arguments.
My perspective on this, I hear you when you talk about the COVID fanaticism among liberals and the obsession.
It's not among liberals.
Let me finish.
But I want to clarify.
Let me finish. I'm going to mute you. All right.
No, but it's I'm saying I'm.
All right. See, I'm in charge. So I hear you when you talk about COVID fanaticism among liberals or so on, in the sense of just this obsession with masks. We need the kids in masks constantly, etc. I get it. I think a more reasonable public policy could have been achieved. Like, there's no doubt. America has, I mean, again, tremendously more per capita deaths than other countries, but still, I understand where you're coming from. And it might indicate a kind of like sick soul that they want to be locked up in their apartment all year, etc. But
it's not the liberals, though, is my point.
Hold on. God damn it.
Sorry. I
just, it doesn't matter if it's not the liberals, right? The total nonconformism and just like unwillingness to obey public health orders is also really problematic. And like just saying no to everything and treating every order from a authority figure of some kind as like some trick that they're trying to pull on you, or it's done out of sadism or something. A society cannot function with those people in it. I'm sorry. And
with what people?
With the nonconformist naysayer types.
But is it to no to every authority?
They're not brave.
With the Trump stuff, they wanted Wall, etc. Like they wanted pretty much anything he said. Like it's not, and the point on liberal, it's like it's not the fact that the liberals are pushing; it's the fact that it's the NPC, like the centrists, like even like basic Republicans. It's just people who aren't like very independent thinkers in general. It's general collectivists.
Give me a break. You think Marjorie Taylor Greene is an independent thinker?
Who's that?
I mean, she's probably the most famous congresswoman in America right now, Lauren Boebert. You think these people, like, who wanted to cough on each other and thought this was all a joke, these are independent thinkers? I mean, these are idiots.
I agree
they
completely. Will
say, I agree to some extent that they have a cult-like obsession with Trump stuff, but like they just can't be, you cannot reason with them, and you cannot like expect them to behave or obey in the most basic way. I mean, they are just really problematic types of human beings, and you can't build a society on them. And I do think that they would naysay more or less everyone. There's no authority that they would respect outside of some like Nancy in their Facebook group or something.
Where do you think that comes from, though? Because for me, I think that because I get what you're coming from there.
They're idiots.
Like, and yeah, no, but of course, but the majority of people are. Like the thing is, this is like why I was saying it's important to establish that I'm not talking about like the liberals are pushing an agenda. It's just that by default, everyone's going to be pushing something, agreeing with something, and disagreeing with another thing. And it's sort of just like who you have loyalty and adherence to. Like the Trump stuff was just kind of basically a kicking over a dumpster, sort of like kicking over a trash can sort of thing, where it's just like fuck you, I'm not trusting the system. I don't trust the establishment. My house is more expensive than it used to be. I can't move out the city. Like stuff like that, where it's just
I get their pain, and I think their pain is real, but that doesn't excuse like being a complete whack job.
Oh well, yeah, but I'm just, it's like kind of like it is allegiance. Like the issue is not nonconformity; it's allegiance. It's just an allegiance to an idea that comes off as nonconformity because the fact that it's sort of the opposite of what we had for a long time, and the opposite of what seems acceptable upon first glance.
Well, yeah. Again, I don't. I mean, I do think that I have always poo-pooed the idea of a civil war, and for good reason. But I do think that we are definitely headed in some kind of deconstructive direction. And
balkanization is inevitable.
Well, okay, but it's not necessarily inevitable. But I think we're headed in that direction. And there was an interesting article that I read yesterday on this like Republican plan. It's all of these. It literally includes John Eastman. So it's all of these just kind of like founding father fetishist, like lawyer types, Federalist Society, douchebags. And they're really getting into new constitutional conventions. And they want to have this new convention where there will be like no EPA, and I think they talked about gun rights a little bit, but it's it's basically like we're going to have a new even more libertarian constitution to replace the one we have. And I actually do think that things like that could lead to civil war conflict. Now, how that will play out, I don't know, because we do have a centralized military. There are nuclear weapons stationed in red states. There are, how this would play out, I don't know. And I don't think these things will ever play out peacefully. It's like you don't just get to leave the club, that is a state. And so, but I do think we're headed in that direction. But again, the people leading the red states are just so horrible that they are going to create like the worst possible scenario. They're going to create basically environmental degradation, like pro-life nonsense, and just like horrible societies.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we disagree on what is a good or bad society, and I respect that. I'm not going to argue about what we agree upon, like morals. But it's I think that the people running things in America, like either side, are pretty horrible. I don't.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of a meaningless statement because it's kind of like saying, "Oh, both parties are bad," or someone's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. It's just kind of a platitude where it's like, yeah, there are going to be bad people in charge, but it's like who are pursuing at least some kind of like reasonable governance, and who are nonconformist naysayers.
I'd say, is that because like if that's an actual who are nonconformist naysayers, I'd say almost nobody. People just kind of conform to rebellion. You ever seen the movie Rebel Without a Cause? I presume so.
I actually haven't seen it, but I know.
You should watch that. Yeah, you should watch that movie. You'd like it. It's a good movie, really good movie. But the it's sort of just the there's no like people are fighting against kind of nothing just because they have an allegiance to the possibility that it's like, oh yeah, maybe we'll have Trump who's going to fix America. Like you can't fix the system. It's just kind of an allegiance to the idea that America's either good. Or
I know, but you see, when you say something like this, it's like, I don't even know what to say. It's like the system's rotten, or it just strikes me as a platitude.
Oh well, that's the South. I'm trying to get to
this. The South engaged in serious secession. They freaked out really over the election of Abraham Lincoln, and so like these things can happen.
Yeah,
and
no, I agree.
And again, I don't want to like be an MSNBC commentator and be like, oh, January 6th is fascism. What like, all right, it was very buffoonish. And it was kind of limited in scope in the sense that it was about, just keeping Trump in through like weird legal shenanigans. But that being said, it did demonstrate like a freak out at the very notion of not being able to choose the president.
Oh, well, in so 2024,
I think it's very
put that
real.
Next to Antifa things. They're going to take pictures of Antifa shit and like the Antifa riots and put the January 6th pictures next to it. And also, I'm going to stop. I'm going to make sure that we stop rambling for a bit after this because two people have their hands up, and I want to let them talk.
Okay. But so why don't you say your piece, and then I might even remove you from speakers because you talk too much.
What did I do?
Well,
you also talk too much. I'm not disrespectful.
I know, but it's
I'm
my
being
show.
Polite. I know, but it could be our
show. All right,
show.
you just have to be muted.
I can help it. Yeah, show us.
Okay. So, Mike, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, Rich, hi. It's always a pleasure. Is my mic working okay?
Yes, Mike. Your mic
okay, great. Thank you. This is interesting. I find it interesting that people don't realize where you stand politically now. They keep thinking of the old Richard Spencer. You had a girl in here. She was an obvious liberal. A couple weeks ago I was in, and you two were in accord on many issues, and she didn't realize you were Richard Spencer. And after a while, after about an hour, she said, well, wait, you're Richard Spencer? You're the Richard Spencer? And you said, yeah. And you two were getting along and in accord on many things. And then she said, oh, well, I'm not staying here for 1 second. She just completely dismissed that, it was manifested that you were like her on many of the issues, but you don't seem to be able to lose your former incarnation as a white advocate or whatever you want to call it. And I'll give you another.
I never called myself a white advocate, but
no,
you keep using that term.
Well, I apologize. How would you? What do you say you were 4 or 5 years ago? How would you encapsulate it?
Well, I mean, I would use the term identitarian, but it was clearly a Trump era thing, and
okay.
White nationalism was, becoming a term in the media and so on, and that's how I was perceived.
Gotcha. So another anecdote related to that is Jon Lovitz. I was in Malibu with my. I live in Redondo Beach, and I was in Malibu a couple days ago with my fiance. She grew up there, so we go there a lot. And we're at the Malibu Village eating. We like to go to a place called John's Gardens. And Jon Lovitz was there from Saturday Night Live. Are you familiar with him? Do you remember him from?
Yeah. I do remember him, yes.
He was in The Wedding Singer, and he's a legend when it comes to SNL and all the skits and I really like him. I may not like his politics, but I like him as a comedian. He was sitting there 5 feet from us, and he was by himself, but he would talk periodically to some friends who would come up to him. Your name came up. He used your name as a euphemism for what he perceived you to be as a white advocate or whatever you want to call it. And he was talking about the Arizona primary and the races, and talking about Masters, I believe. And I couldn't hear all of it, but he related Masters. He compared Masters to being another Richard Spencer. So your name is still used as a euphemism for white advocacy or whatever you want, racism, misperceived, obviously. So Jon Lovitz himself is using this. And I wanted to go up to him and say, hey, you got, by the way, John, I'm a big fan, but you've got it all wrong about Richard. Have you ever thought about running for office? And do you think if you did, you could shake that, the specter of your former self?
No, I mean, it's hard to shake the specter of your former self. But in terms of running for office, I mean, I thought, years ago that a kind of quixotic campaign was a good idea. Much like the Ron Paul campaign, it raised a huge amount of money, it built institutions, and it spread libertarianism. Now, I don't think it obviously wasn't a really lasting effect, but it was a major effect there for a decade. And I thought like quixotic campaigns would be good. But at this point, I mean, I don't want to represent the dissident right or anything. And I don't know what to say. I think the right is extremely toxic. In terms of running for office, I mean, keep in mind, Blake Masters has been given, $10 to $20 million to run this campaign by Peter Thiel. And, it's not like he had an organic following before that. He did write a book with Peter Thiel that was based on Peter Thiel's lectures. So he had a bit of a name, but, there has to be like major establishment types or wealth that get behind you to really have a say and to have a chance in a campaign like that. And so I just don't think that's my path. But, and I think it's kind of interesting that, these types will throw money at things that are, in my perspective, from my perspective, at least, like far more toxic than I am and just stupid. And, I've kind of learned something about them in that sense. I'm not referring to Blake Masters. I don't think he's, stupid or toxic exactly. I do think he's kind of doing the reruns of, Trump Saved America and doing some stuff that I don't agree with. But the fact is, like, he's a synthetic candidate put forward by billionaires. And I'm not. That's not the path that I'm treading. So, it is what it is. But again, I think the whole right is, for a quixotic campaign like Ron Paul, where he kind of represented, libertarianism writ large. Again, I don't want to do that for the dissident right. So I just don't think that's my path.
Okay, and quickly, one more question before I let LP go. There's much talk about government going far afield of first principles. First principles being, heterosexuality, the nuclear family, a hierarchy, a patriarchy. And do you believe do you believe in those first principles, and do you believe as part of that, those first principles, that an affinity for one's race is in there somewhere?
Well, I'm not sure those are first principles. I mean, I think those are almost kind of like unspoken realities, more so. But I mean, are you suggesting that, an affinity for one's race was one of the first principles of the United States?
No, like you said, it's a state of natural being.
Yeah.
So whatever you want to call them, do you feel that government, whether it's federal or more regional, is enacting policies that are going a bit afield of those things?
Well, of course. I mean, I don't. It's pretty easy to say that our whole society is insane. But I wouldn't even totally blame government for this. I think government is almost like behind in many ways in promoting, innovations of all kinds, sexual and otherwise. I think it's almost following the culture in that sense. But I mean, I think you can genuinely like blame Americans for the fact that, transsexuality is something that very few people were aware of. They were aware of drag queens, of course. So they're not aware of transsexuality 10 years ago. It's now something that's always in the news. I mean, I think we're obviously in a certain path, but I wouldn't even necessarily blame government for that. And, again, electing Trump, what did that, transsexuality exploded while Trump was in office. So the idea that, voting and Republicans can contain this or something like that, I think that also should be questioned.
All right, Rich, I appreciate those answers.
Sure. All right. LP, you wanted to talk again?
Oh, yeah. I think the talk of, the Civil War, national divorce stuff came up. I found this tweet earlier. When Franco restored order and justice to Spain, did he initiate a national divorce by letting the Reds keep Catalonia? No, he ruled the whole country, as should we.
Was that what?
I'm sorry. It's late night.
What did you say again?
Sorry, it's late at night. When Franco restored order and justice to Spain, did he initiate a national divorce by letting the Reds keep Catalonia? No, he ruled the whole country, as should we.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Who said that? Are you saying that?
No, it was a tweet I found by Mega Sun Grant.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I don't know
I
the
think
account, but
I think there's a kind of tension in the right between, retaking the country and, reclaiming America. We are America. And then this kind of new tension of, wanting to kind of leave America or seeing America as the enemy. I think there's a interesting tension going on.
Yeah.
And
should there be kind of more of a balance between those two ideas?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, I think in an ideal society, people feel, like they're part of a broader family and they're, part of the team, as it were. And I think the fact that many people aren't, they're kind of openly talking about secession. I mean, I think it's clearly an expression that like something has gone wrong and that we're headed for a legitimacy crisis. But again, I used to poo-poo the whole Civil War talk and basically say stuff that's legitimate, which is, I mean, first off, the elite, the elites are all on one side. And in the Civil War, I mean, you had billionaire, effectively planter elites who would take the other side in a civil war. So it was when Civil War is a battle. And even though it was a war of secession, it was kind of like a battle of definitions and so on. But we don't have that now. I mean, the elites, like Elon Musk is not going to, he's clearly pandering to conservatives. And I think there's a little bit of like baked Alaska in Elon Musk or something with his like just really brain dead memes and like, doing karaoke versions of Harambe song and all this kind of nonsense. But he's not going to ultimately take the side of like red states trying to break up the United States. And
so I'm going to head out. Night. Great talking to you guys.
Yeah, see you around. Good talking to you.
You as well. You as well, my friend. See you. Yeah, God bless.
Talk to you soon. So, I mean, I don't see an elite class that will take the red state side. And there also are like, military things to consider. I mean, where I live in Montana, not too far away, there are nuclear missile silos. And so you can't just like break apart like, oh, we're independent now. We're keeping the nukes. I mean, that's gonna ruffle some feathers to say the least.
Yeah.
That was actually a big issue with the Ukraine question. And they ultimately returned the nuclear suitcase to Russia as it, reemerged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So anyway, these things are really difficult matters. And so it's not just so simple as like Antifa attacks a city and the conservatives come out with their guns and beat them or something. Like a civil war is a really real thing. And it's going to involve like just hundreds of billions of dollars and probably outside actors. But I'm just saying, like, I used to in previous times poo-poo this idea, but I'm kind of coming around. I mean, I would, without like discarding my earlier comments on the unlikelihood of civil war, I'm kind of coming around to it. And I do think that these conservatives are going to try something, even this like interesting kind of constitutional convention idea, which would be totally anathema to large parts of the country that actually have a lot of power and institutions. I think that's a real thing. I mean, I
mean, if they go through with it, I mean, some of them, it's weird because they don't really look at their forefathers in a way, because if you look at how the Confederacy was formed, I mean, their symbol was George Washington, and they saw themselves as carrying out a second American Revolution was their whole, idea. And then, what's kind of interesting is for a long time, all the way up until, a few years ago, it was sort of, the Southern flag was used a lot because it was just sort of seen as an American symbol. And then suddenly you had all these people who were trying to like do, Southern, like we're going to get back at them Yankees or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, what was the other thing I was getting to? I mean, the other thing is, like, I've spent a lot of time thinking about, kind of the question of U.S. identity and sort of, I have a hard time, how do I put it, taking U.S. identity seriously on some level. It just, for a long time, it just seems very, how do I put it? Like not like a non-racial kind of, individualist enlightenment project. But at the same time, I have kind of come around because, we were kind of a to go back to old 2016 kind of arguments, like we were a very strong racial force for, much of our history until sort of the 60s. But we were always kind of having this, deficiency at our roots from day one. And I've done some studying, what is the United States? On another level, we are kind of a part of the Anglosphere, and obviously the West. But I don't like to call my sort of particular, I guess, I don't know how to put it. I don't like the terms secessionist or separatist, because that kind of gets into this idea of, I just want to be left alone conservative mentality. But I like the term, regionalist, because you're kind of more or less thinking that there's something unnatural and you have to build something that's more natural. And to contrast that is that's kind of the problem I have with this national divorce kind of rhetoric, because it's I want a red state and a blue state. You just believe that, this is my country, this is what it is, whatever
Right.
that means. I live in a very blue state, but things are okay. At least kind of where I'm at, it's it's just I get all these people, it's leave your state. I'm just I like my state, to be quite honest.
Yeah. No, I get that. All right, let's do this, guys. I'll let everyone else in. Let's just do kind of a lightning round, because I'm going to go to sleep. Oh, whoops. I knocked off someone's request. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. All right, we'll just go down the order here just as I see them. Let's keep everything brief. So, Pat, you had your hand up again?
Yeah, so the whole thing about the elite that you're saying about before, I'm kind of resistant to the idea that, billionaire translates to elite, because, you remember Mike Bloomberg's presidential campaign, he wasted billions of dollars on that, and it went nowhere. So, I don't think, wealth translates to elite. So what would you think the elite would be?
Yeah, that's a good question. There is a kind of very powerful billionaire class that aren't just your kind of multimillionaire, neighborhood multimillionaire. There are people very much connected to the financial sector itself, who I could say make up a power elite. Obviously, the military-industrial complex, and I'm not just using that term in a kind of Alex Jones way. It's a real thing. I think that is a power elite. But I think it's a good question. I don't really have an answer exactly to that. Who's really in charge? Who is the deep state?
I kind of feel like that's one of the unique aspects of the time that we're living in, that it feels so difficult actually to identify who has the reins.
Yeah. And kind of by design, that makes them powerful in a way. When conservatives are obsessed with AOC or something as everything that's wrong with America, you got to say at some point, she's a congresswoman, so she certainly is not powerless. But, she's kind of an Instagram influencer, basically, mainly. And she's not really in charge of anything. And, I think that's a kind of interesting aspect. No one's wearing their power on their sleeve. No one is just revealing themselves as I am in charge in the way that other Western societies would do that, through pomp and circumstance and royal houses and military attire and so on. We don't.
The word for that is cryptocracy. It's a cryptocracy.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of.
That's literally what it means.
Evocative way on many levels of describing the American government. Yeah.
Richard, I didn't know I was speaking. I have a question. It's Dylan, by the way.
Hi.
What? Well, you in 2017, I remember at one of your college talks, you literally were advocating for what, even using the word advocating. So I was just wondering what you wouldn't even have consider 2017 Richard Spencer a white advocate. I remember you were like, even if the white race is truly inferior in every way, I would still advocate for my people. I mean, that seems like as white advocate.
Yeah, I just don't like possible. The term white advocate. It's for reasons I've never used that term, white advocate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I mean, yeah, I did say things. I might say things a little bit. I think I would say things differently now.
Well, yeah, I figured that much.
Yeah, but no, white advocate is like it was a term thrown around. I remember in like Ameren 15 years ago, and I think it's a very deceptive term. Not a very moralizing term. It's like being a lawyer or something. White advocate, anyway. Okay, Juan Valdezkov.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
I'm almost just trying to summarize because it was like an anything goes. So it sounds like you're trying to herd a pack of cats into. That's not a dig. You're sensing something is going awry, and you're trying to set the agenda to a certain way because, like, people, like, I can't believe we're talking about mass at this point. So, am I off? I'm just trying to summarize for my edification.
Okay, I'm hearing what you're saying. What's your point?
I'm just trying to summarize. Because it was like an anything goes, and obviously anything goes.
I'm trying to herd people. Sure, I mean I think everyone kind of.
Well, everybody is.
Yeah,
everybody is. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing the mark because I've jumped in or out of this anything goes. So you're warming up to the idea of some type of actual physical altercation. Not that you agree with it, but
with Russia?
You're starting to with the U.S. national divorce.
Yeah. I'm warming up to the notion of some kind of civil war within our lifetime. Yes, I'm definitely warming up to that. I think things are going. The train has kind of left the station in many ways. Yes.
Okay. I'm for my edification, I'm trying to because I watch a lot of stuff. I've been following yourself since 2016-ish, around that time, and just the whole. I read Salon, I go through Fox. It's just kind of all tiring at this point. But I kind of sense the same thing. And then Tim Pool is kind of like, for the last couple of years, I'm like, what is this guy talking about? And then as stuff comes in, it's like, I kind of think we're on that. I don't think it's going to be like an actual civil war. I think there's just too much apathy and laziness in general, degeneracy, for lack of a better term. I just don't think there's a lot of fight. There's fight in some people, but I'm just not seeing a big conflagration. Or are you?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot
of
low
intensity.
No, yeah, I mean, a lot of these
because we're not. So what I'm saying is we're not going to line up.
I'm speaking. A lot of these conservatives will talk about civil war, particularly in 2020, and it was basically like it was almost going to be like a street level battle between Antifa and like MAGA patriots or something. And
Patriot prayer.
Yeah, and although I think something like that might actually happen. Sure. I think that's like
I just don't think we're going to line up.
Naive, like small-minded. Well, I would say that you have to, like, for a civil war to be a civil war, it's not just a street fight between like the alt-right and Antifa or something. Like that's. That can maybe resemble a civil war in some ways, but that's not real. That's like
because we've already had that, but we actually have that.
Yeah, and we'll have more of that. And so that's just like activists being activists. I don't think that's actually terribly significant. But and I was a poo-pooer of the Civil War notion, but I'm kind of coming around to it because I do think that there will be people who will engage in a lot of things that ultimately will have consequences that they don't understand. I mean, like, John Eastman is this, like, lawyer douchebag who, was like, oh, this is constitutional, kind of thing with the January 6th kind of stuff. And I think they're going to do more of that, where they're going to be like, well, let's just have this convention and we'll come up with some, libertarian constitution and, that we really like and that fits all our agendas and we'll serve certain economic interests. But I don't think they quite understand how the rubber is going to hit the road when they do something like that. And so, like, that will absolutely offend really important vested interests. And so I do think that, like, there are going to be some bad, I do think there are going to be some really serious consequences and effects that are going to occur well within our lifetime. I think things are breaking down. The hysteria of Republicans of, like, having liberals in office, they are just terrified by it. And so I really do think this is very serious.
But do you think it's to the extent that the state itself, the military in particular, or the enforcers, whether it's cops, we're not lining up like it's North versus South, I don't think. And I don't even think it's going to get that bad. I'm probably in your camp now because I'm kind of warming up to the idea. I just don't think it's going to be this big, gigantic conflagration, but I think I can agree at least to a limited extent. Well, at least from my perspective, there may be some of what I refer to as the enforcers of the state that will get, physically involved outside of their normal scope. But do you think there's going to be a larger? Because I don't think that's going to happen. I just think there's too much apathy and everybody really wants to retire.
Yeah, I don't know how it will play out. And of course, Americans are fat and lazy and whatever. But I just think that forces are being unleashed that are going to have really serious consequences that many of the people unleashing them don't quite understand.
And, yeah, definitely agree with that. I just don't think it's going to get to a bad, like, you think of any internal conflict in our lifetime. I don't think it's going to get to that level is all I'm trying to say. But we can agree to disagree on that, but we're definitely moving to that direction.
Things move at such an exponential rate. That's why it's so difficult to predict things. Even something like Trump's victory would have seemed implausible in, like, 2010.
Yeah. No question. And,
but,
like, who's going to come after Trump? And, again, these John Eastman types have some constitutional convention and they're patting themselves on their back for, like, being so moral and kind of legalistically goofy and so on. And next thing you know, like, we actually have a really serious fight on our hands that they did not. They're like, oh, we're just doing what's best for America or whatever. But it actually is, like, pushing on really, big buttons that actually have consequences that they do not understand.
Who's going to be the triumvirate? DeSantis is Caesar. Who are the other two?
Yeah. I mean, DeSantis, the guy seems like a non-entity to me, but it's hard to imagine, but who knows? And I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I just think they're going to push it too far at some point in some kind of reaction to perceived grievances. They're going to push it too far, and they're going to unleash something that they don't understand.
Thanks for the response. I appreciate the time to speak.
Sure.
But Richard, are you also warming up to the idea of the United States breaking up? Because I know you said you've always been very against the idea of balkanization.
Right. I mean, I don't know how this can happen due to, like, military realities. But I just I feel, so and that's where it's like, 10 years ago, if there were like a Montana, and there is a Montana secession movement, it's tiny, but it's like, I would just tell them, I was like, listen, guys, this sounds cool, but like, there is no, like, even if you voted for this and you convinced like 70% of Montana to want to secede, the federal government is just going to tell you no. And if you keep pushing them, they might very well kill you, and, at this point, though, I do feel like there's, it's not just some weird thing that a bunch of like yahoos are into. I sense.
But if you could have your way personally, would you be for it?
No. If I could
and why
have
not?
my way, no, I would not be for it. I don't think America should balkanize. I don't think a balkanization is good at all. I would want to like unify with Canada or something. I don't lust for like regionalism or localism. I lust for like centralized power and empire.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question going back to the Joe Biden thing a little bit on a meta level?
Sure.
So you had this realization in 2020 or whenever that the Democrats are more of a governing, get things done party, and you had your reasons, which you elaborately laid out for deciding to vote Democrat in the 2020 election for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I'm curious, if, let's say it was Hillary running in 2020, forget 2016, but just swap Hillary for Joe Biden for Hillary, would you have still... No, in 2020, would you have still done the same thing, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I thought you were going to say no.
If Hillary runs in 2024, I'll vote for her.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were going to say no. But what I was going to say to that is, with all due respect, I feel like I'm in like the only one on this, but I don't really understand the idea of Joe Biden being like this likable guy. To me, he does come off very shrill at times, like when he was like talking about white people becoming a minority. I mean, just the way he said that, like, from then and on, whites, that's a source of our strength. It's not a bad thing. Or when he was like, I'd like to take him behind the gym. I'd like to take him behind the gym. That's what I'd like to do. I feel like he's very snarling at times. You don't agree?
Well, he's kind of a tough guy type, in the sense that he's like a braggart and so on. That's true.
I feel like he comes off like an asshole sometimes.
Yeah, sure. I remember when Elizabeth Warren was like talking about some, in the debates, when Elizabeth Warren was talking about some kind of like financial plan that she came up with, he was like, I did that. He was like taking credit. It was kind of a alpha move on some level. I get that about him. I think that is kind of a failing. But in terms of the whites becoming a minority thing, I mean, isn't he just kind of discussing reality? Like, even if he was to hear that.
No, he was salivating at it. And the way he came, I'm more talking about strictly like the visceral way that he comes off in his tone rather than the substance of what he says.
Okay.
Like the way he comes off to me makes Hillary Clinton seem likable, but I seem like I'm the only one who thinks that.
That's fair enough. That's just that's your experience. It's fair enough. Okay. Let me go down. I can't let everyone in. Sorry. Okay, so let me just go down the line here. Tom from MySpace.
That was me.
Oh, that's you. Oh, I see. Okay. Carmichael. Oh, God.
What's up?
Hi.
Hey, so good evening, everyone. I was going to mention the Amish question, maybe. I'm thinking, is it a conspiracy theory that they are dysgenic rather than eugenic? Sorry, did you say "Oh my God" when I when I started
Oh, the
talking?
Amish question. Oh, we can't get into huge things. This is lightning round. How are they not? I mean, you think they're eugenic?
I'm not 100% certain on that. I was just saying. I think it was like a couple years ago. I was looking through this. I don't know, this Amish. I don't think I'd call it a conspiracy theory, but people were saying that they're like legit eugenic, fully, like in the truest sense. From what they were saying, is like they have extremely good ancestry and like genetics and all that stuff, and so it's the opposite. So it's the opposite.
What are they breeding for?
I think they're breeding for more religious nut jobs like themselves. Right. Like, I agree that they might be eugenic on like a basic health level, in the sense of the lack of technology to some extent. Like they're outside. There probably is. I imagine there's much higher child mortality. Like, so they're probably breeding for good, sturdy people. But like, I mean, if you're anyone in an Amish community who's an intellectual who is questioning their basic values, I mean, I imagine you will flee, you'll be stamped down, you'll be destroyed, what they're going to promote is more nut jobs, who are conformists.
Well, I mean, obviously they have their major fault being pacifists.
It all depends on how you define eugenics. Like, eugenics is a vague term unless you define what you are breeding for. It's like, do you want to be breeding for greater health, greater beauty, greater athleticism, greater intelligence? That is I think most people, when you ask them, like, who do you want your children to be? They probably like, I want my daughter to be between 5'7" and 5'10" and good looking and intelligent and beautiful and charismatic and talkative. I want my son to be intelligent and 6 feet tall and athletic. There's some general assumptions that we have about what is good or not. But, those aren't necessarily the assumptions that everyone ultimately has. I mean, it's what you are promoting and what you're breeding for that really matters. And you can breed for an Amish type. And, they are what they are.
Well, yeah, I meant like there was just talk or whatever among, maybe it was dissident right types or whatever, that they were saying, rather than the meme, or I don't know if it's true or not, but if there is a stereotype that Amish are ugly, like inbred, nasty. I'm going based off this from, I think it was the last.
Okay, well, you're just taking some meme, all right? I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure the Amish are that great looking.
Can I say something which was relevant to the discussion earlier?
Sure.
Because you were like talking about the Civil War and such, and I mean, just before you started this space, I read something about like eyewitness account how it looked in Petrograd or St. Petersburg in 1918, just after the revolution, and I mean, it was not really a pleasant thing to read, and I don't really think the people who talk about secession and such, I mean, they don't really. I mean, they should be happy that they live in a place which where like the authority and the polity, so to speak, is not really contested by Germans or by two different rival regimes or independence movements and such. I mean, because it doesn't look really very, very pleasant and looks very dystopian when that happens. So, and I do think the people who live in like peacetimes, they don't really have an appreciation for that. I mean, you have this meme. I hope I'm not rambling too much now. You have this meme of 1984, and that like having like one polity and one government is inherently bad, and one controls everything. But I think it's the opposite. I mean, I think it's completely horrifying when you don't have any central control.
I generally agree with that. I mean, yeah, I think things are, yes. I mean, even when I was quite younger, I was always pro EU, and just in a kind of basic sense of like, yeah, you shouldn't have to go through all these weird borders every time you drive 100 kilometers. And, obviously it's just easier to have the same money everywhere. There's just a natural aspect of centralization, which is civilizational. I mean, again, in the 19th century, you could just travel without customs throughout Europe. There was a lot of coming together and kind of civilized, reasonable civilized togetherness, and with the lingua franca and intellectual collaboration. Man, I think these are all good things. I don't this conservative desire to like huddle in in your like little state and build walls and keep out outsiders. I mean, it is natural and kind of tribal on some level, but like it's ultimately not good for us civilizationally.
Yeah, and they don't really like appreciate such a simple thing as food supply and such, that is secure because you have this undisputed political entity. I mean, that's very funny when you see this like libertarian fantasy of now New Hampshire is going to be like a libertarian state, which is and we're going to have because in their like fantasy world, the only thing that's going to change is that they don't have to pay taxes or whatever. I mean, they don't seem to understand that it's a cliche about all the roads are going to fall apart, the bridges, and there won't be any like food. There will be looting and such, and that's not very
well.
much.
Also, just even people, my respect for the American empire. It's like first off, I agree that it is declining and disintegrating, and I agree that there are many bad aspects of it, but like there are many good aspects about waterways being open, and one global currency or at least reserve currency, so that there can be trade and collaboration and so on, that you can travel freely to a great deal of the world, and not worry about not worrying about someone disrespecting some just basic rights and so on. I mean, there are a lot of benefits to these things, and just treating the American empire as some kind of like horror show, or like some evil entity, and that we would all be more peaceful if we had tiny little nation states around the world. It is absolutely a Ron Paul fantasy, and it's one I don't share. All right, I can't wait for this next speaker in our lightning round. Sexy Stacy XXX.
Oh my goodness. I'm not even ready now. I was sitting here just dozing off.
Oh,
no, I just wanted to say hi. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Sexy Stacy. You're a Dallas Cowboys fan, I see.
Well, I'm like a fair weather fan. I was a huge fan when they were winning. It's been a while.
Back in the 90s? Yeah.
So what is your team?
I grew up in Dallas, Texas, and I was born in 1978, but so I was kind of a young teenager in the Jimmy Johnson era. So I was.
You're a youngster to me. I've got like 3 years on you.
Okay. But yeah, I was a big Cowboys fan back then, and I kind of like, I'm not as kind of lost touch, but I don't know. I have this like Pavlovian Cowboy fandom that I kind of can't help but root for them.
Right? No, honestly, I was just dating a guy and he got me all into it. I'm not even into sports, but every now and then I check them out. But it was, I don't know, when were they were doing really well like 3 years ago or something like that.
They've had moments. Yeah.
It was amazing. And it was so exciting to be a part of that.
I know.
Yeah, they suck absolutely.
Romo had his moments, and then like I think even in the Dak Prescott era, they had their moments when they could run the ball, and I think they were like 14-2 in like 2016 or something. They had some like crazy years, but yeah, Mark Brahman, who's on the call, he's a really unbearable Patriots fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad. It was fun while it lasted. But thanks for inviting me. I'm kind of just listening. I got kicked out of a space. I'm a big personality, so I'm gonna just shut my fucking mouth right now.
All right, you can listen away.
I don't want to get kicked out.
No, you're not going to get kicked out.
I swear to you, all I do is try to lift people up, but there's on these spaces, it's all about tearing people down. I don't get it anymore.
Well, that is Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the site that we're on. Yeah, I agree. I'll sometimes get that. Actually, my spaces have been pretty civilized.
I mean, I like to hop on here and have fun and joke and have fun, but it seems like everybody just hops on here to tear each other down, to make themselves feel better. And you're not gonna fucking make me sad. My last fuck went out the window like last year, so I'm dead ass serious. Nobody's gonna tear me down, but you know, it's just kind of sad for them. But anyway, thank you for inviting me.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for
all right. Love you.
Okay. Bye. Love you too. All right. So lightning round continues. Obvious sock puppet.
Yeah, g'day Richard. How you doing?
Hey, my favorite Australian. Yeah. How are you?
Gee, that's high praise, mate. That's high praise.
Oh my god, I love the Australian accent. Oh my god, you're gonna get me acting up now.
Oh, I love you, sexy. You sound really nice.
Oh my god, keep talking.
Are we having like low IQ intervention now?
Well, I've hidden on the yank woman. All right. Radio, I've got a good. Why aren't there many Irish lawyers, Richard?
Oh, this is a joke?
Yeah, it's a joke.
I think there are a lot of Irish. Okay, why are there no Irish lawyers? I don't know. They're all like literally unconscious due to their inveterate alcoholism. Combined
because they can't pass the bar.
They couldn't pass the bar. Right? Yeah. Oh, yes.
Little dad joke for you, but relating back to the someone was saying something about who controls the system. It's pretty obvious who controls the system. It's the Irish. There's a big Irish problem. We need to deal with it. It's not a joke. There's a lot of Irish around. Once you've taken the green pill, you see them everywhere. I mean, just open your eyes, people.
Oh my god, what? I've never heard this before. In fact, the only thing I have an issue with is I just bought the Irish soap. What is it?
Irish Spring.
Yes. And I think it gave me like, I don't know, it started breaking me out. So fuck the Irish soap. But I've never had a problem with the Irish.
Really?
I've never heard about Irish in the news. So what is this new agenda?
Well, you know why? you know why you haven't heard about the Irish in the news? It's because they control the news.
Really? Oh shit!
Okay.
This is a new thing I've never heard.
There are a lot
this is why I hop on these spaces. It's
mainstream
so fun.
Conservatism.
Biden's Irish, isn't he, Richard?
I know. Yeah. And look,
is he really?
Yeah. And
okay, I think it's just like Indian. We all have Indian in us, and we all have a little bit of Irish. I'm for sure Black and German, and I think I have a little bit of Irish. But I know I have Indian, Black, and German. But yeah, I think everybody has a pinch of Irish. Oh, how's my Irish accent tonight?
That sounded terrible.
Keep this in mind. So we had, a Protestant president with George W. Bush. We had a Protestant with Barack Obama, with maybe some, at least in his heritage, some Islamic, leanings or something. Not being a birther here, but and then we finally had a Catholic president who banned abortion. So, I mean, is that a coincidence, or is that actually just the Irish doing their work?
Well, you know who the first Catholic president was? I'm pretty sure it's the first Catholic president, JFK.
John Kennedy? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, have you read much about his father?
We tried to rid ourselves of the Catholic menace, but unsuccessfully. They were playing.
They came back. They came back. Yeah. It's Yeah, you got all those Lucky
God,
Charms
y'all
they
are pushing
sold.
my hot buttons. You're pushing my hot buttons right now.
The
Don't
hot
do it.
buttons. Is that so?
Abortion.
Wow.
How do y'all feel about that? Men, go ahead and chime in on our fucking uteruses.
Pro.
Yeah, I'm pro-choice.
Thank you. It should be your choice, right? I'm too old to even give a fuck. I can't get pregnant if I tried, but I'm just saying, it should be a choice.
Right. I think you should have as many abortions as you want, Sexy.
First of all, no, it's irresponsible to get yourself in that position. I'm not gonna lie, okay? But if you so happen, it should be your choice.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm pro-abortion, but I'm not so sure if it should be your choice.
What? Say that again.
I said I'm pro-abortion, but I'm not so sure it should be your choice.
What the fuck does that even mean? I'm confused.
Eugenics.
Okay, guys. Yeah, let's not get let's
yeah, but it's not a personal thing. Yeah, for sure.
It's okay to have an abortion, but it shouldn't be my choice.
Not your choice in particular, but yeah, I don't know.
Whose choice?
Might not be. I don't know. Society's choice, maybe.
Well, Sexy Stacey, don't you want? It's not just about like an individual choice in the sense, like, don't you ultimately want a healthy society with like children who are going to be more likely to succeed and flourish? Like,
exactly. Yes.
Right.
And the majority of people needing abortions are the ones that shouldn't be having children. Can we be honest about that?
I agree. I agree.
Okay. So
amen.
They want to push, the agenda of no abortions, but they're not going to take care of all these unwanted children.
Right. No,
Thank you. What the fuck? Most people, and it's sad, I'm not going to lie, most people that end up pregnant unwantedly are uneducated, don't have money, in poverty. Yes. Those are the people that need abortions. And it's sad, but what? You want to push them to force them to have children, and then what? It's just going to make society as a whole a worser nation, okay? I'm just saying. Makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. And then also like serious birth defects and issues that you can determine. I mean, like in Iceland, I think actually Ed Dudden was mentioning this. Like in Iceland, they've effectively like ended Down syndrome and things like that. Yeah,
I've never heard of that. But
it's been almost like 100%. Yeah, and it's very high in the United States. I think like 60 to 70% of Down syndrome fetuses are terminated. So,
and honestly, there's some amazing Down syndrome people. I have a cousin who's Down syndrome, and he's amazing. So you shouldn't doubt them so bad.
Right.
But still, honestly, if I found out I was pregnant with a Down syndrome baby, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I could go through with it.
Yeah.
But
have you ever seen? There's a line, you can name this movie, but are you tarded? My wife is tarded. She's a pilot now.
Wait, what?
Is that Idiocracy?
Yes.
Wait, all I heard is tarded and your wife. What?
Yeah. Idiocracy is this like kind of cult classic comedy film about basically what would happen if we kind of went on this trajectory and only stupid people were having children and all the smart people were kind of like, oh, well, I can't have a child now, not in this market. And so basically we just reached this state of like the entire country, really the entire world was just moronic.
Isn't that what we're going through right now? I feel like
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, there's this one like character. He's played by a somewhat famous actor, but yeah, so basically the premise of the film is that a average intelligence person from 2005 it like gets in a time machine or something, and he ends up in 500 years later, and everyone is idiotic. And so even though he was very, very normal, in 2005, he's like a super genius. They think he's crazy, or they all think he's gay because he talks like he's articulate. And they're like, "Stop talking, faggy." it's a really funny movie.
Can I ask you? Oh my goodness, it just brought me to this question. Are you gay? I'm sorry. I have like a huge crush on gay men.
Well, I guess
you are, right?
I guess ironically,
you are.
No,
you
I'm
son
not.
of a bitch. God damn it.
I won't have a chance with you because I'm ironically not gay. Wow.
You're not gay.
I'm not gay, and so you don't have a crush on me. So
you honestly, God, I'm not even trying to be rude. Situation. You sound gay.
Yeah. Just come back to Australia, sexy. Just come back to Australia.
You sound gay, and you look sexy on your profile picture. My bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, Richard,
just way off tonight.
He's not gay. Everyone asks you if you're gay, Richard. I don't understand it.
So I'm not the only one, right?
But they're a bit more malicious. No. Richard, did you see?
He has like a little gay accent.
It's not a jab or anything, but Plato did talk about this with Flop. Like there is a quote that relates to this with Plato.
Richard, did you see the new?
Is to warn me if you're gonna get kicked off. Okay, like how rude is it in faces just to kick somebody out? Be like, bitch, we're about to kick you out. That's all I ask.
Okay? We're not gonna kick you out. Yeah.
Okay, if you are, just warn me, please.
You've accused the host.
Jesus, just warn me.
Yeah.
Richard, did you see the new Beavis and Butthead film?
There's a new Beavis and Butthead film? No, I have not seen it. I didn't know.
Yeah, speaking of Mike, they get transported from 1998 to the current year. It's quite entertaining.
He kind of likes that premise.
Basically,
like fish out of water premise. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. There, it's well recommended. All right, I'll let you guys go. Thanks very much for letting me on. Catch you later, sexy.
No, please. No, oh my God, your accent is. Whew.
Okay, so I'll do lightning round. I will have to go to sleep at some point. Cats, and then I'll get Luke in there. Next, Cats.
Hey guys, it's actually Rosemary, but I just want.
Hi, Rosemary. Hi. You have another account, an alt account?
Actually, I had to change it because of some work people and something that was happening in my workplace. So now I'm Katsin. But anyway, Sexy Lacey, I followed you. I think you're totally 100% right, and you're funny as hell. So I think you're awesome.
Oh, I love you, girl. I just followed you. Thank you.
Yeah, girl. So yeah, by the way, Richard, you definitely have to see Beavis and Butthead, the new movie. There's this hilarious scene where they go like into this university and they find out that they have white privilege. So they're like, get out of our way. We have white privilege. Like, you have to see it.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah.
Yo, Richard. I'm glad you didn't ban Sexy, because I could see you in the past blocking her, but that's good on you.
Thank you. I really don't understand it. I'm just having a good time.
I only block people. Richard. I only block people who act in bad faith, and Sexy Stacy doesn't. So
I swear to you, I'm here just to have a good time. I think I'm fucking hilarious, and a lot of times I'm not. I'm probably annoying, but I'm trying to be funny. I promise you.
Can I ask you a more serious question, Richard?
Sure.
Okay, so I've been following you a long time. I want to know what are you most interested in? Because I feel like you're most interested in power relations. Like, you're not about this whole conservative thing anymore, this alt-right thing anymore. You probably believe in a sort of greater Europe, etc. But I want to know, like, what are your thoughts these days? Or are you just kind of going with the flow? You don't have an ideology anymore. You're kind of following society and seeing where all this goes. What can you give me a general?
Yeah. I guess I'm totally. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally disinterested in. Well, how should I put this? I look at like conservatives or whatever, like I'm looking at, like an anthropologist would look at like a New Guinea tribe or something. Like I'm not a part of it, and I just want to understand where it goes. I do think that we suffered from problems like a number of years ago because we didn't really have it right. Like we didn't have a solid theory of power and geopolitics and philosophy and religion and so on. And so in terms of like being a partisan and taking a hard position on something, I'm more likely to do that on something that isn't like immediately political, you know, in the sense of like, oh, should I come out hard for this candidate, or, you know, should I take a big stance on the latest chip bill from the Democrats? Or no, all that stuff it's just kind of like noise, and I just kind of analyze it and try to understand, you know, try to really understand objectively and like from a disinterested perspective where society's going. But I think my passions are there. I guess my passion has always really been philosophy. And so I would definitely take a harder stance there. And I think these things really matter much more because like otherwise, you know, all of this stuff and the right wing stuff, it's just kind of like on a hamster wheel, just like churning and nothing, there's no building on anything. And it's just this kind of like reacting to day-to-day stuff, and it just doesn't interest me anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh my God, politics. I'm sorry.
Sexy, can I go ahead?
Of course.
You know, I'm a Canadian. I'm doing my PhD in like international relations, defense stuff. And I wonder if Richard, if you lived in Europe, so I'm dating a Polish girl. I'm probably going to move to Europe.
First of all,
I wonder if you would.
Trudeau is fucking gorgeous. Okay, sorry.
I wonder if you would take a more I wonder if you take a more pro-life stance if you were in Europe surrounded by, you know, 80, 85, 90% European people, and see, you know, you could imagine Europe becoming a power in the future. But I understand as an American, you're like, all these cultural issues, like, there's no winning here.
I think I would, actually.
So are you saying Europeans are like superior? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying as a civilization, it's completely different than the U.S., even though they try to adopt, you know, they try to become America, even though they think they're better.
Let me tell you, America is shit right now. It is totally shit right now. But there's no pure race, period. We're all human beings. We all have our issues.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. Clarify. I'm sorry.
Richard, go ahead. I want to hear what your thoughts are.
No, I don't think I would. And I understand like why someone who is like genuinely pro-life, but also reasonable, like how someone doesn't like abortion because it's like, this is just nasty, you know. It's like women are just gonna get rid of it, as opposed to caring for a child. They'll just get rid of it because it's not convenient, and it's you know, it's a nasty thing. I get that,
the nihilistic aspect,
right? I understand that, but you know, I would go back to what I was saying before. It's not even like there are like racial differences in abortion in the United States, but like it's really a class thing much more so than it is a race thing.
I agree.
Agreed. Okay, because you know how many fucking rich ass bastards will pay for abortions under the table.
Well, that's
okay.
True.
If they made it a law that you can't have abortions, this is why I get kicked out of spaces. But whatever, I speak the truth.
What Richard is saying is that
there's millionaires that will pay for fucking abortions like nothing.
I get that. I get that.
What Richard is saying is that, like, even within different groups that might have different tendencies, etc., there are, you know, the lower classes of all of them, and they're the ones that are probably should be getting abortions, etc.
And you know what? This is so left field, but in class, I was like one of the smartest students. You know what my teacher always told me? Oh my God, you're so smart, because I'm black. I'm half black, but I'm so sick of that shit.
Richard.
Yeah.
In the future, because I'm trying to like think on the most large terms when I like I'm part of like I would say I'm even pro the sort of there's like a movement in Canada. It's like we want to get to 100 million people by the year 2100, and that would mean that Europeans are a minority. I'm like totally cool with that. I'm like,
aren't we all human?
I'm
What is
concerned
this about
with,
our race?
no, just let me just talk. I'm concerned with
Fucking
sort of
ignorant.
greater power, and I'm just concerned that Europe is not going to be down with large scale immigration, and that in the long run it's going to lose sort of its influence. And I don't know, it's very difficult.
Okay,
It's
well,
very
keep this in
complicated.
mind. Keep this in mind. I was recently reading this Ben Wattenberg book called Pure, but so every country around the world is hitting a demographic plateau and is going to decline. And so, like, this is where I think the whole immigration issue, at least as it's been talked about by like right wingers in the United States, is increasingly outmoded, because like the third world will hit the like plateau, the kind of modernization plateau where women, you know, they have access to education, they have access to a career, then they also have access to abortion and contraception, etc., greater literacy, you know, and so forth. And they just it just kind of hits a wall, and demographics start declining.
Do you think that's
they're declining faster than that occurred in the United States and most of the first world?
Okay, here's
Mexico is going through a demographic collapse at the moment. So this notion that like they're just going to be the third world, you know, overwhelmed and millions will start pouring in, that's I don't think that's going to happen.
No,
that could happen with like climate refugees. I mean, no, I'm not saying that will necessarily happen. I'm saying that that's a kind of plausible scenario.
Do you not think it's possible though that just the current trajectory, like Nigeria, even if they start to slow down, they're going to be 1 billion in 50 years or so? Do you not think that the differences between humans, the way they view religion, in like places like Africa, that it's not so predictable, that this whole demographic collapse, it's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. Religion in Africa. Can you further that a little bit? Alexa, volume 0.
Well, like in places like along the west side of Africa, like places like Nigeria, and that they're like Africa is projected to be 50% of the world's population, let's say, by like 2100, and they used to be about 10%. So
is that threatening to you?
No, that's not threatening to me at all. I'm just thinking about large scale power relations between places like, you know, things like NATO, United States. Me and Richard talked about this in a thing a while ago. I'm just interested in just sort of power relations in the world and how things are going to pan out. And I just think it's less predictable than we sort of think about. I don't know.
No, you're 1,000% right. You're 1,000% right. And I think America has been trying to enforce their beliefs on the rest of the world for so long. And we're not going to be this upper hand anymore. We're looking fucking ridiculous right now. Okay? Oh my God. Okay, Richard, I don't give a fuck. Trump was crazy. Trump was crazy, but I still prefer him over Biden.
Richard,
what the fuck is going on?
How do you see the world in 50 years? If you had to just give a broad view of world power, what do you think is going to happen?
I would really fear a world that is dominated by China.
I agree.
China?
I hate liberalism, but I think what the Chinese are up to, I can't imagine it's going to benefit us.
No, here's what I hate. I hate handouts. I hate Democrats have controlled Black people for a long time because
oh my God, we've got a Black Republican on our hands.
Sexy,
I'm not even a Republican. I don't like to be in a box. Honestly, I do
want to hear Richard. What his just general thoughts are on what that would mean that China dominates international institutions, let's say.
I absolutely fear that and do not want that to occur. Mm-hmm. And I do, as like demented as the West is, we absolutely need to prevent that from occurring. Now, could there be? Is it plausible to say that there might be like an Islamic world or something? Okay, but I don't think that is going to happen actually, and I think the Muslim world is going to go through its own demographic catastrophe, and they have their own problems.
The Muslim world's not going to dominate. There's no way.
Right. Yeah, and so I do think that Chinese domination is plausible, and I do think that we should. One of the reasons we need to kind of like get ourselves up to the challenge of that. But I ultimately don't think demographics are destiny in the sense of like you need, like in a Tucker Carlson sense of like, oh, we need 3 children per woman, or we're destined to like have no power and we'll just decline or something. I just don't believe that. Look, half of the world was controlled by like a dozen men in London. It's other, like you can dominate billions of people through centralized structures. And I obviously think that is a good thing. I'm sorry, Sexy, but I do think that we should force our will upon the entire planet.
Richard, should we fight the Chinese over Taiwan if it happens in the next 20 years?
Maybe we should.
I'm trying to be a good girl, but you said Richard Carlson, and I lost my entire shit. I laughed so fucking hard.
Oh, I said Richard Carlson? Oh, okay. I meant Tucker Carlson. That was a weird Freudian
laughed my ass off.
Yeah.
I love you. Oh my God.
Richard, I think we should do it. If they take Taiwan, I think we should fight them.
Well, what? Yeah, it's just like, why not? It's like some kind of conflict is inevitable, and I don't want. Again, that the notion of a Chinese-dominated planet is something that is horrifying. And
why are you focused on Chinese right now? What's going on with Russia?
Russia's a minor power.
Russia's a regional power that has really serious internal problems.
That motherfucker's not giving up. Putin is not giving up. Okay?
I agree with you, Stacey.
How many fucking months has it been? Look, honest to God, I didn't give a fuck about it, but I am very invested in it right now. What is going on? It's really sad. It's fucking horrible.
I think the Russians are fucking themselves with what they're doing. I actually think this is all negative for them. This is like part of their decline.
It's very sad. They want to control Ukraine because they think it's part of their old USSR, but it's not anymore. People grow or countries grow, and they became their own entity. And now Russia thinks they still control them, but they don't.
I do think there's a lot of desperation.
Freak. Oh my God, he's gonna fucking murder himself.
I think there's desperation in general, because I think there's a deeper sense that like good times are over and we're headed towards like food shortage, scarcity. Yeah. We're headed to serious demographic issues within countries.
They are the bread basket of USA.
Yeah,
and now there's a shortage on bread. Okay, yeah. I can't make my grilled cheese.
Yeah, well, I heard the statistic at one point. It's pretty remarkable. It's like 40% of calories or something in Central Europe. Or there was some like I'll go look it up. It was in The Economist. It was like, oh my God.
I'm trying to laugh. It's not even funny though. It's very
but
sad.
I think we're headed to
dying every day. It's fucking sad, people.
I think we're headed towards like, this notion of like infinite growth and no resource scarcity or something like that. I think we're headed. I think people, the elite are more intelligent than in some ways we give them credit for. Like they're not, and I'm not saying that politicians or something are like geniuses. Of course, 99% of them are buffoons. But like there are people who
I love that word, buffoons. I'm a writer, so I love words. Sorry, go ahead.
There are people who make strategic decisions who are aware of like these serious issues, like demographic. Even though I don't think demographics are destiny, I would never say that like declining demographics aren't a problem or that's not going to like hit us hard. But so there are people that are considering these kinds of things. Food scarcity and like, climate change, there are just a lot of like serious issues that spell like a declining world of we're not going to have infinite growth and just endless resources. No, we're going to actually have to fight over these things. And whoever controls a world system that can extract resources and deliver these things is going to dominate.
Hey, Richard.
Can I ask y'all something, honestly?
Sexy, can I say one
No, really, I need to say this. It's like on my heart. Seriously.
Sexy.
No, seriously, because I think I'm going to have a mental breakdown if I don't get this out.
Okay, say
if anybody is over 40, because I think everybody over 40 goes through this point in their life where they think the end of the world is coming because, there was like the depression, right? There was the depression of whatever. And I'm just like I feel like the end of the world is happening right now. Or is it just because I'm an old bitch now and I'm just thinking like the end of the world is happening? Or is it really happening?
It's not happening. It's not happening.
Well, it's happening to some degree.
Serious.
Yeah.
Is it happening or am I fucking delusional because I'm old now?
Maybe our civilization is in its 40s.
Richard. Here's my guess take, okay? The small brain take on the liberal side is, get rid of Putin.
Loki, stop it. I'm sorry, that's my dog. Go.
Get rid of Putin, you get a liberal. The big brain, more conservative, hawkish side is, you get rid of Putin, you get a stronger conservative leader in Russia.
That was the calculation of the United States with Boris Yeltsin. Absolutely. Okay, they propped him up. Yeah, go ahead, though.
My guess take, this is just total guess, but this is how I feel. I think you get rid of Putin, or when he's done, I think they try and get back in the world system, the economic system. They try and pull back. They're less aggressive. They realize that this is like a fucking failure what they've done. That's what I think. I think
hope so too.
They can't keep
Putin
the shit
just
up.
tries to get his old USSR back. It's done, bitch. It's done. You don't have that anymore.
The Chinese don't
benefit
enough from
that Ukraine broke off? They're just trying to be a better economy without him. I don't understand. Oh my God, Putin has such a hard-on. And I know hard-ons, okay?
The Chinese are too smart. They don't think this benefits them long term. It's a distraction, but they're playing the long game, dominate institutions, create a world order that's safe for the CCP. They think this is a small brain shit that the Russians are doing. That's what I think.
Yeah.
100%.
But the similarities of the Ukraine conflict and the Taiwan conflict are really remarkable.
I agree.
It's this like issue from the 20th century that is still hanging around.
What's scary is the Russian issue. It's like all these Europeans, they're okay with like pulling back. They're like, okay, we won't deal with Russia, etc. I don't think that they feel the same way. Like if China goes for Taiwan and it drags out and China keeps growing and all this, I don't see them coming to the same conclusion that we have to protect democracy, etc. To me, it's more like with the Russia issue, it's like internal. It's like part of the European spirit to be like, okay, these Asiatic people, we're not about this. But with the Chinese, all that money, I don't know. The U.S. will be pushing for everyone to get on the same side, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think they would collapse much faster.
What
is it about you and the European?
Oh, it's just because it's a large, like money center and like, yeah, like Europe's just part of our allies, and it's not about.
I'm just
the race
trying to hear it
thing,
because, no, you know what? I do. I feel disenfranchised because I'm half black, but I'm fucking smart, amazing, beautiful, and I love me. But I do get downgraded because I'm half black, and to hear
It's
you
not
keep
about that sexy. It's about the sort of like international community relations between America and Europe. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like power centers and
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I sound ignorant, and I'm just playing into the whole fucking fact that I'm ignorant and black. Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't be a Democrat.
Fuck you, asshole.
I'm just joking. Sorry, Rich.
I love you for that.
What do you think? You think the Europeans and the international community, or whatever that even fucking
what
means?
you're saying is that, like, when Russia invaded Ukraine, it was like Europeans are dying on television. Like, we're watching like color television version of the Second World War.
You know how the whole world cared
Let
because
Richard
they
talk.
are blonde and white, and they care.
No, but let Richard talk. Let him explain it.
Yeah, you can't. I muted you, Sexy. You can't just jump in when I'm speaking.
My speaker's back on, but okay.
Oh my God.
I love you. Mwah.
Don't jump in when I'm speaking. All right?
Richard, I want to hear you.
Okay. I think a lot of this was the fact that it was like a colorized replay of the Second World War, and Europeans were seeing that, and it was like not on our doorstep. And yeah, they genuinely believe in democracy, and yeah, they will couch it in those terms, but it was more visceral. Could you have a lot of people kind of saying, like with China, we're like, we just don't give a fuck about Taiwan, and this is some American thing. It's like the old kahuna versus the new kahuna to see who's going to be the big kahuna, you know, and let's just get out of this. Like, we don't take Taiwan. We don't care. I think that's actually a reasonable suggestion. I haven't thought of that, but I actually think I agree with you.
I think a lot of Southeast Asian countries, it's like, let's say China goes hard on them economically, and they're already not that rich, you know, and they start to say to Europe, it's not that big a deal. It's part of China. I don't know. I think that the Chinese, I think it would be a mistake either way. I don't think they need Taiwan. I don't see why. I think they're irrationally afraid of the United States and the relationship with Taiwan. But I think they would do it quick. I think the Americans, it doesn't matter who's in power, Republicans or Democrats, I don't think they're going to fucking go full-fledged. If China goes full-fledged, I don't see it.
Well, what would happen is, if China went in full-fledged, as you said, in an invasion of Taiwan and just total conquest, making an ambiguity is now clear. Mm-hmm. I don't think that a nuclear conflagration would happen imminently.
Agreed.
But what would happen, and I think there would be there would be denunciations, but also kind of attempts to maintain some kind of peace. I don't think that we would flood like if the Chinese just did it and unlike Russia, they could probably do it. Oh God, I'm kind of speaking out of my ass here, so please, I am not an expert in the Far East. I'm not an expert in the Far East, but I know also we have the largest army in the world with China, and so they could probably do it in a month. Whereas everyone was saying that Russia could do that, and that was obviously hyper optimistic. Would we be flooding, 50 billion here, 10 billion there into like a guerrilla campaign of the Taiwanese against China? I mean, wow. I don't think so. That would just be.
They could sink.
Richard, they could sink. Why do you threaten to kick me out because I'm a woman? Is that it?
No,
I'm a black woman at that. I'm a black woman at that. Where's my sister?
Oh my!
Raise your hand.
Richard, they could sink an American aircraft carrier, and I don't think the United States would respond with nuclear weapons.
Okay, let me tell you about your Canadian ass. I'm so tired. Why do you are blocking me and muting me?
Because this isn't a democracy and it's not a chaos. It's my space.
Exactly.
Stacey,
I love you,
understand.
honey. I love you.
You got to understand that people actually want to hear my opinions on this stuff.
It does say anything goes, though.
Well, but that means you can ask me about Richard. What are your opinions on Taiwan? Richard, are you gay?
Richard. I appreciate you.
Look, I'm sorry for
hearing me
calling
out.
you
I
gay.
like
If you're not
I
gay,
like your
I'm
thoughts.
attracted to gay men. I fucking hate it. It's a curse. It's not something I'm proud about. I'm sad. I thought you were gay.
Called
and I was
it's
like,
actually called the Johnny Depp effect.
Is that it?
Which is, yeah, it's many women. It's not. You're obviously not attracted to
I'm not
gay
alone.
men. You're not alone at all. But you are attracted to a kind of
attractive man.
More, you could say, seemingly kind of feminine man, someone who's, yeah, I understand that. Whereas you're not attracted to the big burly, man's man type.
No, I want some manscaping involved. I want a pretty boy.
Richard, are you still with that liberal girl? Are you still with that liberal woman, or no?
Kind of, sort of. It's been weird. Yeah, it's been weird.
Richard,
but yeah, I'm attracted.
I hope to God you're not calling me the liberal woman.
No.
It's not me. Okay,
Richard,
thank you.
Richard, are you in
I
Montana?
don't put myself in a box.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything you've done, even though you've changed your thoughts on a lot of things over the years, it's actually helped me, it's like not go down the rabbit hole and just stick with something. It's like use your mind and really think about wide-ranging issues, especially power. Like power is the most interesting thing in the world, but
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, someone said this, and this was like a compliment of me, and I really appreciated it. So, granted, I'm kind of grandstanding here, but they said other people just kind of talk at you, and they just use platitudes. And they said Richard tries to help you think about issues. And I again, this is like me, blowing smoke up my own ass at this point, but I do hope that I can help people think about issues, as opposed to just like me coming on here and being like, the Democrats are Satanists and, they hate your children, and like all those platitudes, particularly as I get older, they just bore the hell out of me. Like I would rather watch Beavis and Butthead than listen to like some conservative come on and just, give me the old Reagan spiel. And I think it's much more interesting to like try to think about difficult issues and to kind of learn to think about them. If I can help people do that, then I'm very proud.
I agree. I mean, I'm part of the fucking mindset that like there's probably no 100% right answer, and there's probably no truly moral position in the world, but you try and figure out where you want to stand in the world. It's like the China issue. You could say that that's just some like, you could take the most contrarian, like, oh, we're just over hawkish, etc. But when I think about like my kids and my kids' kids, I'm like, do I really want a world dominated by this? Whatever this is, it's definitely worse than what we have,
Oh yeah.
And you could figure out some bullshit like, oh, they're actually more equal and they're actually based, they're super based in this way.
Well, we have these people that I'm sure you've encountered, and it kind of is a Nazbol type of person. And basically anything the United States does is evil. And anyone who's like in opposition to the United States is like inherently based.
That's like TRS.
So it's like, it might be like TRS. Yeah. I mean, I've not listened to them in years, but like I can imagine them going
Me neither,
in that direction.
But that's how they were. They were definitely like that.
And I get the tendency because Mike Enoch and I are the same age, and so we kind of like came of age. Oh, here, I need to.
My AirPods ran out of power. We both kind of came of age in the Bush years. And so, when we were in our 20s and kind of thinking about these things for the first time. And so there is a tendency to like go down that like anti-war path. and just to kind of see everything that America does as like malign and part of some conspiracy and bad and so on. And I think I've kind of grown out of that, and I've kind of seen it in other people, and I think that's helped me grow out of it. But
it's
go
like
ahead.
you can simultaneously be like, Iraq war dumb, what we're doing in Syria dumb, useless, but I'm not going to become a fucking Assadist.
Yeah, exactly.
Planet Awkward has had
But
her
also,
hand up, and I'm a fucking
Sexy,
nuisance,
can I
but
get
Planet
into your...
Awkward has had her hand
Wait,
up.
what's
for
John
forever.
saying?
What did John say?
Forever. I love you, girl. I see your hand up.
What I was going to say was on this whole Americans or Westerners taking up an anti-American or Westerner position. I think a lot of it to me almost feels like a good comparison would be if you were a Roman during a decadent phase of Rome, being like,
a good comparison is Planet Awkward had her hand
Shut
up.
Let John finish.
Would be like if you were a Roman living during a decadent period of Rome and thinking, wow, these Gauls are really based.
Exactly.
Or, so the barbarians are super based. These people ultimately hate you, and they're not looking for you to replace your own government with a more based and admirable government.
And
they're
I'm
just
trying to
looking
be
for your
so polite right
destruction.
now, but Planet Awkward has had her hand up forever.
Keep going, John.
No, I finished.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's a man-based
Sexy,
chat.
you're gonna get kicked.
I'm also concerned with like higher levels of civilization and things like that, and it's like just valorizing these more like primitive tribalistic groups, and crying tears over their them being modernized or something. I'm just really tired of it. It's like, are you really going to take the side of the Taliban? It's like, oh wow, yeah, that's so cool or whatever. Like give me a fucking break. They're a bunch of
I love you, Richard, and thank you for not kicking me out. But you have not invited one other woman besides me, and you're probably going to kick me out. You're probably going to kick me out. It's okay.
Sexy, I'm a woman.
Yeah,
Richard.
Oh, hey, girl. Okay,
you forget.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have to go anyway, so I'll talk to you.
No,
guys.
Kat, please don't.
It's late
Richard.
in New York
Bye.
City. I'll let Planet
Richard
Awkward speak. She's had her hand up. That's true.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, let her go.
Okay.
Yes, go, girl.
Planet Awkward. Clear.
Hello.
God
I'm from Australia
here.
as well.
Whoa.
Another Australian. Yeah, I had Planet Awkward was my original thing, but then we have in some of the spaces or in some of the sort of groups I've been hanging out with, people were getting doxxed. So I just decided I'd dox myself and put my full name on. so I'll take control over it myself. No, I just wanted to say I appreciate the conversation a lot. I love hearing people discuss what I call dangerous ideas. In Australia, we have a thing called the Festival of Dangerous Ideas, and it has a lot of panels during the period of it where famous or professional, well-known people come together and debate dangerous ideas, and it's very interesting. And this kind of sounds very similar to that. I was just going to say, in some of the spaces, because I do a bit of space hopping or space surfing, so I go into spaces that I've never been into just to see what's going on, or if I see that the title looks like something that I would normally disagree with, I go in just to listen to be able to hear other people's perspectives, because I think the dialogue that can occur in spaces is really, really important to being able to understand each other. But I was just going to say that really, really important is something I find, and Sexy, I agree with a lot of your views and things. I think we'd probably, feel very similarly on a lot of views. But what I do find is that when
when someone's talking and someone interrupts or speaks over them, whether you're in furious agreement or furious disagreement, it can really derail the conversation for the listener as well. It makes it really difficult to concentrate on the thread of the conversation. So I was just going to say, it's really good if people can keep their microphones off, on mute until other people have finished speaking. That's all I was going to contribute.
Oh,
That's
well,
all.
thanks for that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. So you have an interesting last name, Claire Godbe here.
That's right.
I mean, is that the etymology of your name is God be here? Or is it, how do you pronounce it?
You're on mute if you're speaking.
Oh, sorry. It's God be here.
Whoa. Okay. So it is what it sounds like. I'm just curious. I've never heard that last name.
Yeah, it's just said a bit fast. Like, you don't say God be here. You just say God be here.
God be here. Okay. Wow.
Richard,
you must come from a long line of pastors or something. Who knows?
I really don't know. My father is very, very atheist, and but his sisters and his mum and dad were very, very religious, and I believe it. I was told it comes from. We've all heard the saying, when someone leaves, when the pilgrims used to leave on their pilgrimages, apparently they'd say, God be with you. And then when they came home, they'd say, God be here. So,
interesting.
I love it, girl. I love it.
Well, goodbye. The word goodbye is a corruption of God be with you. I don't know if you know that.
No, it's God be here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I love it, girl. Do it. I love it.
Richard, big question. Okay. Are there new philosophies that will dominate the future? Or have we discovered all the ways of thinking and it's just going to be a version of how we do things, like a version of something that's been discovered?
Well, I mean, I think you can almost say that about philosophy in general. I mean, we do kind of go in circles and so on. I mean, I was actually getting at this. People weren't picking up on this. Perhaps Xbox Live will, but I do think that we're going to have a kind of new version of metaphysics in the metaverse, and I do think that is aptly named.
What about human expansion through the universe? If we're capable of that, will we go back to a sort of exploratory mindset, or do you think we'll always be localized to where we live and think about the local? And
well, if space, I mean, keep in mind, we are so far away from interplanetary travel, and not to mention interstellar travel, that I think we would have to think very far into the future. But I do think that interstellar travel, or certainly a confrontation with another life form, that would be rather shattering for things that we take for granted now spiritually.
I kind of hope that is true. I listen to Lex Fridman's podcast sometimes, and he recently had one of those pilots on that observed some of the craziness that we've been seeing, and I don't know how to take all that in, but if there is something else, that would be, I do agree that could sort of shatter the mindset of a lot of the way, Christians, etc., all these people think, is if there's other beings in the universe, that sort of radically changes the way we should view.
Because Christianity is it's a geocentric and anthrocentric, worldview. It's about man and his confrontation with death, and it is about us. And I mean, not that a Christian couldn't like think his way into, you know, all of the universe being God's creation or something. I mean, of course he could, but you know, it gets away from like the essence of Christianity, at least as I understand it.
Yeah, but
its entire history.
I could see Christians adopting like a view like, okay, Jesus communicated with us as one of us, but God created others as well, and maybe he communicated. I don't know. I could see humans.
Yeah, we need
humans
to go
are so
to them.
Humans are so
them,
capable of, you know, like thinking abstractly about things and making things up. And
right. I mean, is there original sin like on Neptune or something like that? I mean, these are interesting questions. I think they could think their way into it, but there's just no doubt that it would be rather shattering, particularly, you know, confronting like a superior life form. I guess, and I'll let GOP Live speak. What I would suggest here, though, is that if society is degenerating and all of these, you know, bourgeois fantasies of, you know, having a big career and be whoever you want to be, and you can purchase all the stuff that you want to, and like self-actualization, if all those things are going away, I do think that the metaverse will be a kind of place where people can seek refuge, much like metaphysics was. I mean, and even like the you know, the history of natural law, so-called, does really derive from Plato. So I'm able to jump back on my hobby horse here. I mean, it derives from this notion that there is a good that is not necessarily the good of the material or real world. It's something that you can access through dialectic, that is discussion. And that there is a, you know, that person who might seem or appear good because he, you know, has lots of money or lots of wives or he's a badass or whatever. He's not ultimately part of the real good that is out there. And that is I mean, if I could sum up metaphysics in a few sentences or something, or sum up natural law in a few sentences, it's that. So there's something beyond physics. And I do think that metaphysics is like, the future of metaphysics is going to be the metaverse, in the sense that you can dive into a kind of digital good that is a moral community of self-actualizing and so on, that is beyond reality. And I mean, you can even take this into the realm of like the notion of transsexuality. I mean, a lot of conservatives get hung up on the idea of like, well, you know, there are 40 different genders and this is all just about sexual perversion or whatever. But, you know, there is a kind of notion of like, you know, I am a woman. Like, I have this beyond my physical appearance. And there are intersex people, I get it, but like beyond my DNA and my physical appearance and my bodily reality, I am a woman on some level. Like it is a call upon some kind of metaphysical truth.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that as life becomes crappier, and as we just kind of, through this, you know, process of, you know, medical advances and so on, that we're just kind of breeding, you know, weaker, sicker people. I think there will be a kind of dive into a digital metaphysics.
Babe, what are you on?
No, Richard's right, and I actually think
really
that people will say that like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, people will.
You know, I think the world needs more of is karaoke.
Okay, time out.
Okay.
People will say that like, you know, you fetishize the past, etc. But I do think we are entering a sort of shitty phase of humanity when it comes to this sort of everything becomes abstraction. Everything becomes abstraction. Everything becomes online. You create this thing in your mind that's not real, but it is real because humans are
Please
capable
stop
of...
muting me. You're for real. It is.
Yo, I want to hear GOP though, because he has a hilarious name, World's world star hip hop conservatism is his
I
description.
think it's ironic, but yes.
Why do people
but
keep
that's
muting
you
me? I
can't
honestly have a lot of good to
listen.
say.
Miss Godby here had a good point. You can't.
I have a good point
You
too.
can't jump
I
in. You got to
understand what you're
wait for someone to
saying. I
finish.
understand what you're saying. We are all on social media, right? Like that's all we do, and it's obsessive. I get it. Can my voice not be heard because I'm a woman?
That's not why.
Really? Because all I hear
think
is
you're getting
from
blocked out
Richard
there,
and you.
At a deep level.
Let's do Xbox Live.
And I'm
Yeah.
a sex worker,
Is
and
that
a lot
is
of
that on
people hate
everyone?
me for that. But let me tell you something. I was a vet assistant, and I worked for the library for 10 years.
Oh my god.
I don't know why I have to
That's
keep
awesome.
fucking telling people that. I don't give a fuck if I sold my pussy for like $1 million years.
That is awesome, but you are muted. Okay, Xbox Live.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
She's not muted.
Okay. Just one brief point, and then like back to your bigger issue. So you were talking about extraterrestrials. I do think it's interesting that I think Thomas Aquinas in the Summa Theologiae, he does discuss, I don't think it's extraterrestrial life, but the possibility of other rational life. And specifically the question is whether or not Christ would have had to have been incarnated multiple times for different species. And I think his answer is yes, that God would have had to unite himself to different species natures. So just kind of an interesting historical aside. But on the question of metaphysics.
That's what y'all are talking about, and you muted me?
Yes.
Richard Booter.
Why? Don't boot me, please, babe.
Yeah.
Okay, sexy. It's been fun, but you're gonna have to leave
Why?
the speaker's corner.
Richard,
We wish you
can I
the
ask
best of
something here?
luck. We love you.
I love you.
Okay, there you go.
Let's be real here, Richard.
Oh, thank God.
You had her unmuted because you wanted to make her an example of what the average black woman is. Just a dumb fucking moron.
He's reverting back to his 2016 self. No. But
no.
That was instructive. But yeah, I do think there's an interesting point that metaphysics, if you think metaphysics is not the study of, say, supersensible reality, but metaphysics is instead something like the study of the basic principles of being, or the study of being as being, I think is how Aristotle defines it.
Right.
There's a sense in which, like, the study of metaphysics is not necessary in a society in which there is a broad, unquestioned underlying consensus.
Right.
So, in pre-Socratic Greece, or in Greece even prior to Thales, maybe there's an underlying unquestioned consensus about the order of reality that doesn't have to be thematic or elaborated. And to a large extent in 20th century America, like pragmatism emerges as a way of discussing politics without metaphysics, because there is an underlying national consensus and moral consensus in the culture. And that kind of culminates in Rawls, right? So John Rawls' political philosophy is political, not metaphysical. You can have a rational political culture without any substantive metaphysical commitments, kind of brackets. But I would think that as the underlying moral and religious consensus of our civilization continues to break down, metaphysics is going to emerge and become more and more politically relevant as these people are forced in this pluralistic environment to try to justify their comprehensive worldviews. So
right,
Christians are going to be compelled to justify, for example, their views of human sexual identity. What grounds the distinction between men and women? Well, it's very difficult to actually explain your view unless you're able to provide a comprehensive metaphysics of what it means to be a species. What does it mean for a species kind to reproduce itself? What's the metaphysical basis for sexual distinction? And that can all kind of like recede into the background if you have a self-confident moral consensus, but that's not going to be the case in Western
I agree.
Europe and the US.
Let me just give you my, it's interesting that you said, like the being of being is metaphysics. I would take, this is obviously, I'm me, so this is a Nietzschean take on Plato. Being that I'm an inveterate fanboy, I see this almost kind of like attack on reality and attack on the visible. as the impulse behind metaphysics. And so it is based in resentment, in the sense that it is an attempt to say, like, what is visible and what you see as good is not the real thing. There's another good out there. And by out there, I mean something that can be accessed through linguistically, that is dialectic. And
it's an attack on everything in reality, but doesn't have a specific goal.
Right. Like the myth of the cave, I think is the ironies of the myth of the cave are misunderstood, in my opinion. So, like, everyone knows the myth of the cave. They're people who are chained, and there's a fire in a cave. They're in this dark cave, and they're looking at shadows on the wall that are cast there by puppeteers that are holding up little puppets, and the light of the flame cast a shadow on the wall, and they think that's reality. There's someone who gets unchained through some way, and he goes out and he sees the sun. And so he sees reality. And so it's like Plato is saying this is the metaphor for seeing the good. And I mean, again, what's so fascinating about that there's some unspoken qualities to the myth of the cave, but like what's so fascinating about it is that it comes after. It comes within a book that is in itself an attack on the visible. And I mean, the problem set up in book one really is like, this guy looks so awesome, but is he good? Can you really morally justify the fact that he is good, or is he just good because he attacks his enemies, or is he just good because he's rich, or is he just good because he makes the rules and thus wins every game? And so it's strange. It's ironic and strange that Plato uses the sun as this visible. It's almost the opposite of what he's actually saying. Like the sun is the most present reality possible. And so he uses that as a metaphor, but he uses that as a metaphor for something that you can access only through words. And so it's a very kind of deceptive metaphor. With Plato, it's about closing your eyes. It's about entering a cave, and it's about entering a cave of Vulcan's fire. And the other unspoken kind of irony about the mythic cave is, like, who are these puppet masters? And are they not as enlightened as the person who's seen the sun? By the fact that they're puppet masters, they're not the ones staring at the wall thinking that it's reality. They're the ones making the show. And the cave is a kind of metaphor of theater, of putting a movie theater in particular, the Bayreuth Theater of Richard Wagner. You're in the dark, you turn off the lights, and you're looking at something projected on a wall. So who are these puppet masters? How are they creating a reality for people? And so, I do have like a strongly conspiratorial, I guess, notion of Plato, in the sense that, like, Plato wants to see a different world emerge. And Plato was not Plato comes after, internecine wars and conflicts, the decline of Athens. He wants a new world that he wants to create. He is a kind of puppet master in that sense. He is telling you that there is a reality beyond the reality that you see. So there is a world beyond the world, and that is the world of forms and the good, which you can access through words. And Plato is a writer. He's a brilliant writer. He's a playwright in many ways. And so he is basically usurping reality and bringing you kind of in this theater to a new world that he is going to show you. This is what the good actually is. And yeah, so as a Nietzschean, I would attack all of this. There is no world but world. Like the Muslims say, there's no God but God. There's no world but world. The sun is good. Something that looks successful is successful. Someone who's flourishing and strong and vital is by nature good. And things that are weak and sick are evil. Period.
I just want to say I completely agree. It's like, you know, when you see good, when you, it's like innate to human nature. It's like we are just biological beings. So when something is degrading itself and dying, you just innately know. There's no dialectic that can bring you out of that, even though humans constantly try to create a new morality that says that, oh no, this isn't bad, blah blah blah. In the end, it's pretty clear. It's like innate to humans. When you see something that's dying and hurting itself, etc., you can't dialectically create a morality that brings you out of that, even though fucking professors and thinkers will sit with their big IQs in a room and create some false reality. There is a reality. There is a good. There is a bad, and you know it when you live it. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And there's no like soul to some, you know, dying, sick man. You know, there's no, you know, we can't just call it a soul and say he has an eternal soul, and in another world he'll be, you know, equal to me because we both believe in Jesus or something. I mean, these are all just words in our head. I mean, there is no world but world. We're all a part of it.
I do agree with that.
And I think there's a lot of world. I think there's sentience, at least beyond, you know, human beings. There's sentience beyond language users.
Oh my God, there's going to be, if we do discover beyond Earth other beings in that, it's going to create such a mind fuck, because we're going to realize that we're just humans that, you know, use these words, these things we make with our mouths, and we try and create a moral sense and a reality around ourselves. And in reality, in the greater scheme of things, their whole sense of morality, etc., is going to be totally beyond us. We're like apes that are smart. You know, it's like the smartest thing Joe Rogan ever said is that we're just fucking like smart apes running around trying to figure things out, you know?
Yeah. And we figure them out through this technology of language. But, you know, there are other technologies that maybe are kind of better or smarter. And so much of like the way we think is just derived from language. It's a kind of accident of language. The notion of a subject and an object and so on. I mean, these are linguistic concepts.
Do you want... So the reason that sometimes I buy into sort of made up moralities like religions, etc., is that I actually do want people to like flourish. And sometimes I think that these made up fake moralities that don't really exist in the abstract, but they exist in the sense that like humans act them out, and then you either flourish and do well and have a good life, or you don't. Do you believe in that? Do you think that that's a good thing, that we do the best for like each person to like live out a good life that isn't full of addiction and etc.? What do you think about that?
Well, maybe ideally, but you know, I just think we have to be realistic about these things. And, you know, there are sicknesses and there are sick people, and there are whole, you know, sick groups of people. And, you know, I just think imagining that we're all equal on some, you know, cosmic sense, or that everyone, you know, all lives matter or something like that. We're all created in the image of God. However you want to, you know, define this, I do think is problematic.
But you think better systems?
Yeah, I think there could be better ways. But I mean, you know, again, it's, I don't know. I guess maybe sometimes I think a little bit like a puppet master. I mean, it's kind of like, what kind of system do you want to give these people? Is there maybe a religion you would want to give to the sick?
Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't want to be dominated by the Chinese for very in-group personal reasons, in the sense that I want the best for the people I care about in the world. You know what I mean? It's like, why do you innately, sort of like inherently, you don't want the Chinese to dominate the world? It's because somewhere in there is like a, you know, you see, you at least view some people as within your in-group, and you want them to live good lives, not bad lives. So it kind of, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Fucking
just
philosophy.
Going back to speak a little bit on the on Plato, I do think it is interesting that you know, Plato ultimately uses language as the real thing, the form, but of course, language in reality is the intermediary between kind of you and the real world. But you comprehend that world immediately. And so there's a kind of inversion there of world and language, I think. Maybe you kind of said the same thing. I'm just restating it.
I think I was getting at that. I mean, there's an inversion between world and the good. And, you know, we think of, like, when I first encountered Plato and, like, the world of the forms, I kind of imagined there's like a world, you know, heaven or something where these pure forms exist, whatever. And I think that's actually probably the image people get when they think about these things. But yeah, you access it through dialectic. Dialectic just means discussion. You access it through words. I mean, and this is the, you know, connection between Plato and Judaism and Christianity, is that in all of these systems, like, in the beginning was the word. And it's like, this is a linguistic system. And there is a kind of inherent morality even to linguistics, to language itself. As I was saying, like, you know, it's interesting that transsexuality is, like, questioned pronouns and so on. I mean, these are very important. The fact that I claim, you know, I did this, I use that statement, like, I is assumed as a real subject. Like, I am an individual subject and I did this to an object. Like, I had free will to do this to an object. All of those are assumptions that we have because of grammar. And what kind of reality they contain is questionable. And again, there's so much, like, liberalism or just, you know, embedded in language itself. You know, it was this language, just this technology that, like, we adopted almost by accident. And I think a lot of these, you know, notions, these kind of, like, morality and other things that came out of language, where it's just this kind of, like, accident that we adopted language, at least on a wide scale, you know, 3,000 years ago or so. And there's just so much more to the world beyond what we can access through words.
Atlantean telepathy win?
Maybe.
But yeah, I do think that, there is an interesting inversion there. Ultimately, you know, Plato is making language the real thing and the world the unreal.
Exactly.
Obviously, the opposite is the case. And you're just kind of accessing the real through this imperfect thing.
He got us off on this bad footing. And he said and Christianity just, like, amplified it.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, I do think it was a perfect storm. Obviously, Platonism has these terrible flaws in it. I would really say an inversion. And then I would say that the Abrahamic religions are really best categorized not as Abrahamism, but as Mosaic religions. And they are an inversion that starts with the story of Moses, where, you know, the story of Moses is really taken from Sargon of Akkad and other stories like it, where what you have is this high caste figure who gets thrown into the river. He lives with the peasants, and then he comes back and regains his high caste nobility. But with Moses, it's the opposite. He is a slave, a peasant. He infiltrates the high society, and then he ultimately wreaks havoc on that society and undermines them in every way possible, and then takes his slaves and leaves and reclaims his caste as a slave or as a peasant or whatever. And so, you gave the example of in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think that really it begins with Moses and this kind of inversion that takes place, an inversion of kind of pagan old world spirituality, and when that met Platonism, here we are.
Exactly.
Can I throw a wrench into this?
Sure.
I was listening to Lex Fridman talking to a guy who's like an expert on intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I saw this actually.
It makes me think this whole conversation. So one of the points he made was that like people of much lower intelligence live in like in a completely different world than the world we live in, let's say, right? Mm-hmm. They interact with the whole world in a way that like certain abstractions aren't even like possible for them. So it just trips me out to think that this conversation, like it would go like someone with a 75 IQ, it's just completely over their head. So it's almost like when you have all these experts and people who live at the top of religion, of society, etc., they're creating all these systems, abstractions, etc., that maybe make sense to them, but I kind of wonder like what is it, like humans, I don't know, we're the way we're talking about everything, it's like it doesn't even make sense to a monkey. So what is it to someone who is just way less intelligent? What is morality? All these things, what does that even mean to them? You know what I mean? Like, does that even factor into the way we should think about the world? Or should all the intelligent people live in these, discussions, this dialectic, this abstraction, this discussion, and then you have like 80% of the world that's probably living in a completely different mindset. I know it's a total wrench, but it's weird to think about, especially as I know demographics might be less of a thought in your mind these days, but as the world is changing, like we're going from a time when there was 100 million people in Africa to a time when they're going to be 60% of the world's population. They're going to be 5% to like this.
I guess they're almost 1 billion now. But
yeah. But by the end of the century, they're going to have gone from 1900 to 2100. They're going to gone from 5% to 50% of the world's population. All this discussion, everything, it's just weird to think that it gets you out of this comfortable space, but it none of this could mean anything if we're living in a world with people that are completely on a different plane, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't mean to throw everything off, but it's I don't know. This is why I'm fucking always struggling with ideology and all that, because it's so much more complex, this world, than we want.
Well, how can that be managed? I think is the question. It's kind of like, what kind of shadows up against the wall need to be projected?
Exactly.
For our type of society, the kind of world that we want to see to manage this, because they're not going to go away. We're connected. We all live on a planet. We have to get along, on some level, and it's just kind of like what could be done for them.
We think we're the ones observing the shadows, but maybe we're the ones projecting the shadows eventually.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think on the issue of ideology as well, I think that because of Platonism, we do have this tendency to think in terms of perfect ideologies, like perfect forms. But, not all cultures do think this way, and we have to kind of move into the, thinking about ideology more as something that is flexible. One of the Chinese presidents, I think maybe just prior to Xi Jinping or somebody before, I can't remember, who kind of was really essential in lifting China up out of its kind of dire situation. When he was asked,
Deng Xiaoping?
Maybe I unfortunately, I just don't know off the top of my head. He was asked apparently after he had kind of moved China up a significant degree. So, what was your plan basically? What strategy did you have going into this? More or less, what was your ideology? And he said that his viewpoint was that of somebody feeling the stones as they cross the river, which would be a way of describing politics and policy that you would literally never conceivably hear like an American statesman say. They have to go in with the perfect idea and basically hit it on the head. Whereas in reality, the best way is to be flexible and just drop ideas as soon as they don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Western politicians think there's already stones there, and conservatives are like, "Oh, we're just missing them."
Well, they're Platonists.
Liberals think we're missing them, whereas in reality, stones are constantly moving, and they're fucking ideologies. I think it's kind of ridiculous, like the idea that people have already thought out how things should be, and that we just need to hit the right spots. I don't know.
I'll let Xbox Live respond, and then I might actually go to sleep.
Yeah, I should probably go to bed soon too, but I appreciate you letting me talk.
Sure,
Richard.
Oh no, yeah, my pleasure. It's 1:10 over here. Oh, gosh.
Fucking 3:10 over here.
Wow.
I was gonna try to lead 3 cheers for Plato because I'm
Plato.
Oh God. Yeah, I think that there's a very fundamental problem, which I'm not sure how Nietzsche would answer about. So Plato conceives of the task of metaphysics and of identifying the forms as carving nature at the joints is the metaphor he uses. Mm-hmm. The idea that there's something non-arbitrary about the way things really are that grounds our conceptual articulation of reality. Right. And recently, in the last 50 years especially, analytic philosophy has become very skeptical of this. Hilary Putnam famously rejects the project of metaphysics, says carving nature at the joints is an absurd task, that whenever we carve up nature, we do so according to our own kind of interests, and there's no non-arbitrary way of characterizing ultimate reality. There's just kind of a way that our interests are reflected in the material we're dealing with. I think that's kind of part of the problem here. But then also I was going to remark that I think one of Nietzsche's best works, that's also one of his least appreciated works, early on when he wrote it when he was in Basel, I think, was Philosophy in the Tragic Age of the Greeks.
Mm-hmm. That was never published. I think that was like a draft.
Yeah, I think it was never finished. So I think it was published posthumously, because the Philosophy in the Tragic Age of the Greeks,
that's what I meant. But
read it. It's so it's supposed to be just a history of pre-Socratic philosophy. I mean, it was supposed to be a history of pre-Socratic and Socratic philosophy. He doesn't get to Socrates, but it's supposed to be a history of pre-Socratic philosophy, and it's Nietzsche's very idiosyncratic take on kind of the underlying concerns motivating these pre-Socratic philosophers that usually get treated just as metaphysicians. Thales thinks everything's water, Heraclitus thinks everything's fire. Very odd, right? But for Nietzsche, he thinks that their underlying metaphysical and moral commitments are in tandem with one another. They're kind of mutually moving one another forward. So for Parmenides, who's a monist, he thinks ultimate reality is that we get only Anaxagoras, as reality is the sight of the unseen, and Parmenides carries this forward. Says ultimate reality is the one, but the many, the sensible world that we encounter in day-to-day experience, is therefore unreal to the extent that it's ephemeral, changing, mutable.
Right.
It's fallen from the one, and suffering and pain is the price that we pay to justice because of this fall from oneness. So justice is the cosmic cycle of suffering that life pays to the one. And Nietzsche thinks that sacrificial religion in Greece actually emerges from the need to pay a sacrifice to the divine one to atone for the price of this primordial fall from unity. But Heraclitus, to whom Nietzsche is much more sympathetic, thinks that justice is not the paying of the price for falling from the one. That's not the way the harmony of the many is maintained in justice. But justice is the kind of immanent harmony that is exhibited throughout change. So you have many diverse opposites. You have the unity of opposites, things in conflict. Heraclitus thinks reality is constituted by strife. There's hot and cold, high and low. These are in conflict with one another, but an order emerges out of their kind of immanent strife, and it's that order that is actual true justice for Heraclitus. So it's a kind of harmony that emerges out of strife. And he thinks the best example of this is music, where in music there's different tones that are in tension with one another, but in an aesthetic way they're reconciled by partaking of this greater harmony. I think these are kind of
just the creation story of, Aryan tradition or Greco-Roman, just in general, broadly.
But the interesting part is that Nietzsche ultimately sees, this is early Nietzsche, so he has a somewhat different view, but he ultimately sees Plato as kind of reconciling these two positions. Whereas I think later Nietzsche and many Nietzscheans would see Plato as basically committed to the Parmenidean position of full reality is ultimately unreal, and justice is a kind of otherworldly, supersensible, monistic principle. But the early Nietzsche thinks that Plato is actually trying to incorporate a lot of Heraclitus's insights, and he's trying to recognize the immanent justice in sensible reality. So I think it's kind of an interesting thing to think about, and a good work by Nietzsche if anyone hasn't read it.
I actually don't. I've not read that. I will confess that. I've read about it in really good biography of who is it? Is it Serafsky? It's a German. Anyway, I've read about that work, and then I actually have Nietzsche's. They've constructed a work called the Pre-Platonic Thinkers. That is actually from his notes when he was a lecturer at Basel. And it's very interesting. You can tell that it's lecture notes, but it's actually an interesting little kind of history of early Greek philosophy. But yeah, I have seen that book that they've published it now. I want to, I need to get that and read up on it. You can kind of, what you said isn't terribly surprising, knowing the birth of tragedy, in the sense of that, the Apollonian one of, bringing out the individual from the herd, or even the mass of being, is almost a kind of there's a pain in that, and carving out the one from the many, or the mass. So I can see how all of that gels. That's very good. We should be in touch about stuff regarding this, more Xbox. We can play Xbox.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it is interesting.
You're not a Zoomer or something? That's why you're identifying video games or your identity.
No, reference to Xbox Live Chat. It's World Star Hip Hop Republican, if you get the reference. But
no, I don't.
No, oof. Now I was going to say, just as an aside, it is interesting at the close of the Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche, his great hope for the future. Obviously it's Wagnerian music. That's the the kind of cultural backdrop, but philosophically he ends by saying he wants a musical Socrates. So
that's Socrates who can dance. Yeah,
you're right. So I think Birth of Tragedy, the Philosophy and the Tragic Age of the Greeks, are those two works go really, really well together as an intro to the early Nietzsche.
Right. By Zarathustra, he wants to, end humanity effectively. It's not Socrates who can dance. It's a new species, basically. That's at least my reading of the Übermensch. It's not, the Übermensch is not Napoleon or Hitler or whatever, or Wagner, certainly. But it is a new species, in fact, that will and that will actually leave us in the dust, quite literally.
Later, he's embarrassed of the birth of tragedy. He calls it a Christian work. But I do think that the early Nietzsche is underappreciated. I think
that's why you like him. You're like, oh, he got it right.
My hot take is Birth of Tragedy is very straightforwardly a fascist work, because if you just take Adorno's understanding of fascism as the aestheticization of politics, it is like almost like a cartoonish example of a prominent philosopher doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I right. I think even Adorno's book In Search of Wagner, which I've not read in some time, yes, Wagner is absolutely fascist in that sense. Yeah.
Wagner, interestingly, broke with Nietzsche because there was a chapter of Birth of Tragedy on the Greek state, which was not published in the final work, but it was pre-circulated. Mm-hmm. Wagner broke with Nietzsche because Nietzsche defended slavery in that chapter. And Wagner, being a German liberal nationalist, was not on board with serfdom or slavery.
Interesting.
So, yeah. I think that was, well, when was that from? Like the 1840s, 1850s, the Basel period? Probably 1850s.
Yeah.
So that's pretty late to be defending slavery in Germany.
Sure.
Pretty out of touch with what most people thought at the time.
I think 1860s, actually.
Oh, was it that late? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Nietzsche was born when he was like a young teenager. Wagner was like, on the barricades of Dresden, doing the whole 1848 thing. So yeah, there it really was a father and son relationship.
Right.
That's it. Have you read this? Let me go find this biography really quick. I'll just make this recommendation. It was translated from German. What is his name? Rudiger. Oh, I was pretty much correct. Rudiger Safransky. Safransky.
Nietzsche.
I'm
a Kant
get
guy.
It on. You what?
I'm a Kant guy, not a Nietzsche guy, so that's not really my wheelhouse. But I'll what is it? Rudiger Safransky.
Yeah, it's really good. I have it in paperback. I've read it actually twice, just at different points. I think I read it when it was first published, and I reread it not too long ago just to kind of brush everything up. It's really well written. It's a philosophical biography is how he describes it. So he does go into biographical detail, but it's kind of like, how do I say this? It's like all right, this is what he was thinking about at the time, and it's very accessible, and it's like he was walking through the streets of Basel, like contemplating these kinds of, and he'll kind of bring in Schopenhauer. He has a good chapter on what's her name, Lou Salome, and and all this kind of stuff. He defends Nietzsche, but he actually goes into this guy had tremendous access to archives. So he even quotes from letters that were not sent. So it's basically like the emails that you don't hit post on, and he has them. And Nietzsche, I forgot, I'll have to go look at it, but like there are all these unsent letters to Lou Salome where he's like, "You're a dirty whore." So Brodsky would be like, "This letter was never mailed." It's pretty funny, actually. He like made fun of like figure and things like. Anyway, you see Nietzsche as a real human being, but at the same time, Safransky is highly sympathetic, and it's good. He even goes into the kind of like accusations of homoeroticism and things like that, and kind of gives them an airing, but doesn't go down that kind of cheap. psychological route?
There's been a shift in Nietzsche scholarship in the last 5 years or so. Obviously Nietzsche was kind of rehabilitated post-war by Walter Kaufmann. Sure. And we get to show how Nietzsche's actually, Kaufmann gets to show how Nietzsche's actually apolitical, and he's a kind of individualist humanist or something like that. And all of his right-wing nasty German interpreters got him wrong or whatever. And at least by the late Nietzsche, he's totally apolitical, is Kaufmann's thesis. But recently, there are some books that try to reinterpret Nietzsche along right-wing lines. I think one of the more interesting is a guy named Hugo Drokan wrote a book called Nietzsche's Great Politics. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that book.
No, I have that. I mean, this kind of is my wheelhouse, and I do think that Nietzsche was kind of apolitical in comparison, to say a Bismarckian nationalist or something like that. He was not that. And Nietzsche probably, in all likelihood, would have been highly critical of the Third Reich if he had lived to be, in his 80s or whatever. But that being said, I mean, I do think that Nietzsche is a highly political thinker. Evoking Napoleon as what he wants to see in a leader is, getting close to the mark. But I mean, remember in diary entries and so on, I mean, he's talking about this is so great that all of these countries are rearming and we're going to have wars, and we need to start having breeding colonies where every nation will start to breed stronger and more intelligent types and soldiers. I mean, he kind of lets his hair down at moments. So the notion that he was some kind of enlightened free spirit a la Walter Kaufmann, I mean, it's just, it's basically preposterous.
Yeah, Nietzsche.
I like Walter Kaufmann. I think Walter Kaufmann,
a good translator.
Well, I would also say this. I think in Israel they have trees for righteous Gentiles. I think he's a righteous Jew. And I say this kind of, I'm of course joking. Regardless of his ethnicity, he's an interesting person and worthy of confronting. But I do think I could imagine a world in which Nietzsche was kind of verboten without Walter Kaufmann.
Yeah, he definitely did save Nietzsche an Anglo-American scholarship.
Yes.
From almost obscurity. Nobody was doing Nietzsche scholarship.
Well, and the Nietzsche scholarship that existed, I can't remember where I read about this, but you had Mencken doing these bad translations, but also you had some of these American, sometimes Jewish intellectuals, but just American intellectuals, and they would just be they would quote something from Zarathustra, and then they'd quote something from Mein Kampf, and they'd be see, Hitler was exactly what Nietzsche wanted, and stuff like that. And that also is equally preposterous. I mean, that's wrong, absolutely wrong. And so it's kind of it's a tricky thing. And then obviously in Beyond Good and Evil, he has these very anti-nationalist, anti-petty nationalist statements, and he has these interesting, very pro-Jewish sections that I think kind of your average white nationalist who is oh yeah, Nietzsche, he's a badass or whatever, he would probably read those. I think it's about 5 sections. It'd be what the fuck? He didn't write this. What is the, But he meant all of that very sincerely. Now you need to take it in context and you need to understand what he's saying. But he wanted a European unification under a Napoleonic figure, and the fact that Jews had kind of grown out of the nation state and so on, and they were kind of seeing, they created morality in the grand style is a really key phrase, and they had kind of grown up and they'd created this massive system of Judeo-Christianity that was going to collapse, and Nietzsche kind of wanted to give them their due in a way.
It's why the Israelis get so much right.
Yeah, sure. Well, but kind of maybe wrong. I mean, I don't know if Nietzsche ever commented at all about a incipient Zionist movement in his day, but I think Nietzsche would look at someone like Bibi Netanyahu, who's a Jewish nationalist, and he'd be like, "You're so retrograde. Like you're doing all of the things that I criticize Germans for doing, and that is being, petty and fearful of outsiders and so like you're just a nationalist. You're a 19th century nationalist. Like I think he would be, to be frank, I think he would be more apt to support, like, I don't know, some Jew who financed Napoleon. Again, in that kind of weird, funny way. I mean, Nietzsche, you have to read between the lines in Nietzsche. He's a very difficult writer. I think Plato as well. Like you have to understand what he's not saying and what he's implying.
If Nietzsche looked at today's societies, though, I don't know. I feel like he'd be like, we're all losing, but the Israelis got it better than the rest of us.
I think that's
Did Spencer drop out? Can anyone else hear him?
I was literally about to say something. I thought I glitched or something.
He's muted. Kicked out of my own space. That's so weird.
I was like, what the heck is... I was about to say something, but...
I was just going to say, I guess compare Jews to insects. Wow, I can't believe I was banned. No, that the water bear species that it can literally live in space or something like that. Like it can be frozen.
Oh, isn't it like the bear? Like bear, it looks like resembles. They call it like a space bear.
Yeah, but it can be like frozen, and it will go into like a dormancy period for like 9 months, and then it will just like wake up, and it will be fine. It's like the honey badger, like honey badger don't give a fuck or whatever. Like you just cannot kill this thing. It can live in like extreme low temperatures and extreme high temperatures, and it can like live in the water or in the desert, and it's just incredible. And I think that would be kind of like a metaphor Nietzsche would see with Jews. He's just like there's just something about them. Other nations actually do kind of die, and somehow, some way, this population like is unkillable on some way. It's just indestructible. And, again, as opposed to whining about that like a German nationalist, you would see it as a virtue.
Yeah, I don't know if Nietzsche's the only one who said that about Jews. I feel like I've heard that before, but I mean,
it's an apt comment.
Definitely true.
Okay, planet. Okay, Claire Godby here. You get the last word. I'm getting kind of sleepy.
Oh, I was going to leave a religious quote.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to thank you again for the very interesting conversation. It's not often you hear people talking about philosophy, and that's a refreshing change, and also having, extremely civilized conversation, because as I said, I do space surf, and my God, sometimes I go into some spaces and I go, oh my lordy, you people are off the chain. And when don't get me wrong, I'm quite happy with, sense of humour and stuff like that.
Sure.
But sometimes when there's the full-on, arguments and people screaming over the top of each other, it's a bit average. What I wanted to ask was, this is the first time I've been in any of your spaces. What and the name of the space is Anything Goes. But what do you normally? What's your? Do you normally talk about philosophy and the particular strain of philosophy, or what is your normal space?
Well, yeah, I mean, I usually talk about we talk about politics and foreign policy and culture and all that kind of stuff. And I usually do kind of bring the things around to philosophy and Nietzsche in particular, just because that's how I am. But yeah, I do we talk about lots of different stuff. I'll do like one or two of these a month. And I actually have a group that we talk on a regular basis as well. So then I just do a lot of publishing and things like that. So busy.
Cool. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Very good. I've followed you, so I'll gradually suss you out.
Well, you might find that I'm a bit sus.
In all my spare time, I'm actually heavily involved in the Ukraine war and debunking propaganda and false information, and following the news sources and assessing the validity of the information and learning about open source intelligence. So that's that's actually taking up a lot of my time. So don't worry, I probably won't be able to suss you out too much.
That's very interesting. I have been up close and personal with a lot of the kind of Russian propaganda machine, so I definitely know how that works. And I know the memes because they were told to me, and then I see these memes in other people's mouths. It's remarkable.
How would you like to run a space on it one day, and talk on it?
Yeah, I've actually talked about it pretty openly in a couple of previous spaces, but I can do it again. I think I did a space a while ago called like Why I Changed My Mind on the Russia situation. And I talked about those things openly. But I should do it again because that was like, how long has the war been going on? Are we into 4 months now?
I think we're getting near about. I think we're giving 5 months a scare.
Yeah.
February the 24th.
Right. So it was a number of months ago. I should probably do that again.
Cool. Yeah, because if you put it as if you put the word Ukraine war or Russia in the title of your space, and if you send me a direct message invite, if you can remember, because I know I'm just a lowly nobody in Australia. But what I'll do is I'll send it to my people who are involved in the open source intelligence stuff, and well, some of them are, and some of them are just open source intelligence groupies, which that's me. And so a lot of people, I'll be able to maybe bring some of my favorite people along for a bit of a chat too.
Oh, that's interesting. I will do that. I think it's worth revisiting those things. Yeah, I'm glad you came on. Glad we met.
Thank you for having the space, and thank you for having me. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, my pleasure. All right, gents.
If I could,
ladies.
Oh, sorry. I was going to really briefly, like one or two verses.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I hope everyone has a good sleep. I will talk to y'all on the other side. All right. Bye.
Later.